discussion. And you might as well know that there is a provision in New Hampshire that's probably pretty unique. It was negotiated over on the Senate side a couple of years back. And so I'm going to hand this out, and then, if I might,
Okay.
just point out.
Yeah, for me at least, that you go ahead and hand it out, but for me, I need you to email it to me, because that's my file box. So, and you might want to say one for the sponsor.
So basically, what people looking at this need to look at, and you will be looking at RSA 417E1, which you would have been looking at last week, and you're going to go to the Roman 5B. And you will see Roman 5B and the subparagraphs below are all looking precisely at the reimbursement side. And in the discussion over on the Senate side, the exam had been ongoing. I can't remember, Tyler, you can fill me in on that, whether the final reports or the settlement agreements had been filed. I'm not quite sure. But basically, what it sought to do was to come up with a standard which would at least show a minimum sort of standard of how this reimbursement works. So when you talk about, and I think Holly brought this up, she looked at an EOB and noted that her behavioral health provider was being reimbursed at a rate that seemed significantly low what a med-surg physician would be getting. What most plans are doing, or have been doing, and it's going to vary from plan to plan, when looking at the BH selection of licensees, you would start with a psychiatrist, it would drop down to a psychologist, licensed clinical social workers, mental health and marriage counselors, LADACs, so there was a whole array of providers. Medicare's process, which is basically the touchstone that most plans use on the BH side, is to look at psychiatrist and psychologist, and then other clinical social workers. I don't know whether they currently include marriage and family counselors, but I don't believe they're reimbursed directly for LADACs, licensed alcohol and drug, or certified alcohol and drug providers. What it basically sets up at the Medicare side is the physician and the psychiatrist using commonly filed codes, i.e., if you're a physician and you're looking at evaluation and management codes, those are sort of analogous to the codes a behavioral health provider would use in an office setting. There aren't procedures per se, it's an analysis and an evaluation of the presentation of the client at the time you see them. And it's sort of a low intensity claim. So if you were to compare the physician on an E&M code and a psychiatrist on an EM code, most plans are going to say that they're pretty much paying the same thing, same rate. But as you back away from physician to physician and go to clinical social worker, I believe it would be typically that it would be a discount off the rate that the physician and the psychiatrist would be having, maybe at 20%, I don't really know, but there's a percentage discount of sorts based upon licensure. And so that is the standard that I think you will see written out in paragraph 4B, and it's follow-on paragraphs. So what it's really getting at is when you're going to analyze reimbursement, you first have to look at hospital systems versus fee schedule. Hospital systems negotiate their contracts with their own providers, with the plans, and they have an enormous amount of power. Plans need hospital systems in their networks to satisfy adequacy and to satisfy their customers. And so there's a bargaining situation there that is not replicated when you're dealing with independent physicians who are not part of a hospital system, or independent and mostly behavioral health providers are not part of the hospital system. So they're on a statewide fee schedule, as would be non-hospital system physicians, statewide fee schedule. And so when you're going to analyze these rating situations, BH to med-surg, you need to separate the hospital systems and remove them from the analysis because they're an anomaly. They have huge bargaining power. As I said, that their significance for the network is important. If you go over to the other contracted providers, they're on a statewide fee schedule. So if you're going to analyze BH providers, the vast majority on statewide fee schedules, you want to look statewide fee schedule there to statewide fee schedule physician. You want to analyze claims that are comparable, evaluation and management claims, sort of low intensity but important claims that get filed, but they don't have a procedure attached to them. And then you perhaps would also want to look to Medicare and its system. How do they do this? And so that is basically what is spelled out in this section, which is important to know because people say, well, how does New Hampshire look at reimbursement? And it talks to it in this section, but it also goes on to say that even if a plan complies with this and provides rates that satisfy these standards laid out in paragraph V, that does not immediately mean they are in compliance with mental health parity. So it leaves the department with a lot of room to say, look, I'm looking at more than that. Yes, that may be helpful, and you can show me that you do it this way, but that's not enough for us. We retain regulatory authority to look at other factors. And I think what I'd like to end with, and it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago, the department had at its annual hearing a panel on mental health parity. And they had an expert, I think his name was Franks? I think so, and he was from Harvard and obviously brought to the panel as an expert. And I remember his opening comments, and it was along the lines of, he had a PowerPoint, and he led a panel discussion as well, or participated in the panel. He said, you know, mental health parity has been around a long while, and the chair mentioned that as well. The first mental health parity provision federally was 1996. It actually gathered momentum starting in 2014 with the Affordable Care Act, because before that time it didn't apply to every insurance plan out there. Now it pretty much is uniform. And since then, if you look at the Department of Labor site or CMS site, you can find document after document to help plans become compliant with the expectations. And there are complexities around this non-qualitative treatment limit segment of the Affordable Care Act. And when Richard Frank, I want to call him, Dr. Frank, spoke, he began his comments, and I thought, well, you know, he's at the forefront. What is he going to say? And he said, this is very complicated. This is complicated stuff. Mental health parity is not easy. It's not easy on the compliance side. It's not easy on the regulator side. We have to remember consumers are in the midst of it. But it was sort of comforting to hear because, quite frankly, I think it is very complicated. And so I think the discussion around reimbursement is going to continue. As Tyler said, other jurisdictions are looking into it. I sort of looked into if any cases had come out of the U.S. Department of Labor. I only found one. I think it was a United Health case, but it was pretty apparent. Somehow United Health on the behavioral health side for an out-of-network service was discounting when it wouldn't have done the same on an out-of-network service on the med-surg side. That's sort of patently there. When you get into the subtlety of how you structure your payments, fee schedule to fee schedule, hospital system to non-hospital system, different licensees, there's a bill coming over on physician side that you're going to see where a lesser licensee is going to have to collaborate with a physician, and you immediately look at that reimbursement and say, well, this person is, you know, how do you reimburse a person who is in a collaborative arrangement with a physician's assistant? So it's complicated, and I guess what I wanted to let you know is that New Hampshire has made this first step. Whether that, Tyler might not even approve of that anymore. It could be antiquated. But anyway, it's in the law, and I think most plans have been aware of that. And I think it's a start, but there's more to come because it is terribly complicated. And the issue of providers feeling that they're not adequately reimbursed, one of the things that's very apparent to me is if you are a BH provider in a solo setting, you have all sorts of, you're now going to have another thing to do, which is when your appointment book is full, you're going to have to, and I think this is good, you're going to have to alert your carrier that you're not taking new patients. And then it shifts, of course, to the carrier to say, well, we've got to get that up on our website. And then another thing I will bring up, I believe under federal law, and I'm not sure it's so on the state law, there has to be some sort of immediate telephone opportunity for somebody who's struggling to find a carrier. And so and I think when there's a complaint on that side, I think there's a federal turnaround time that is 1 business day. But I'd have to look further into that. But I just wanted to make those comments because we're not sitting flat-footed here, sort of unaware that there are stresses in the system.
Okay, don't leave yet. Representative Herbert.
You always, I always try to take the simplest path and get a metric that I want to reach and let somebody else figure out how to get there. So if we gave the authority to the insurance department to regulate up to a certain metric of use, in other words, we're satisfying, we're no longer inadequately providing the service, which we apparently aren't at this point in time, rather than have the legislature try and figure out all the various permutations of what needs to be done in order to get to that metric, rather than have us do it here, why don't we just put it into the law and let Tyler do it?
Well, Tyler.
So I'm working with the insurance department, and Medicare and all that kind of stuff.
Basically, you're absolutely right. The department has authority at the moment to monitor this. In fact, their challenge, as much as the carriers have a challenge to make sure their reimbursements are in sync with the parity provisions, as much as compliance, directives coming down from the U.S. Department of Labor, the department is challenged with monitoring this. So it's all very well to say to the provider, call us up and let us know that you no longer can take patients. And then we have to get it up on the website. Somebody's got to say, well, did the provider call? Did it get up on the website? Was there a telephone contact of somebody? Did they provide out of network? I mean, their monitoring is a huge challenge. The good part is they're not funded by the general fund, so they can expand under their authority to do what's necessary to regulate, and we pay for it according to our presence in the state. So it's a system that's supposed to work. And I think the other issue is, and I'm hearing NAMI here, I think they need to advise their members of every little thing that's around in the statute and about the authority of the department, because unless they get the complaints, it's going to be very hard for them.
Follow on.
Okay.
My only point was, I don't think this legislative body should be getting into the weeds here. But we got some weeds that need to get into, and I think that we have a department that is purportedly is getting good at that. I mean, I think we had a reference to an early study. We were earlier than most states. So I would prefer to put some muscle, legislative muscle, in the law that gives the authority to our government to negotiate up to a certain metric, which is the use of, people can get help. And I don't want to put a sentence in there, people can get health according to HB, blah, 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 blah. I just think that maybe the department needs a little more nudging. I don't know what the word is, but give them the authority to come in and work with the insurance companies on an even keel, and everybody knows what the yes is, and I don't want to be doing that work.
Well,
So-
my theory is with this amendment is that, obviously we're bringing to the front and center the importance of the network and that there are providers there. And if they're not, if the providers are all closed or they're not because they're quitting because they're not getting reimbursed enough, then the insurance department is going to see that right away. But more importantly, is the insurance companies are going to have to deal with that problem, and they're going to have to pay more.
But the law should say that.
The law is left open for them to negotiate with the providers. At the end of the day, the law says they've got to have providers. So that means that the companies have got to do whatever they can to get providers into the network. And it sounds like to me the number one reason they haven't is because they don't reimburse enough. But for us to mandate them to pay more, well, I don't know. That's like, it's price controls, or that's.
Well, I mean,
we
regulations
don't,
are
we don't do that, do we?
With all due respect, governments do regulate. And if we give them the authority to regulate, in other words, say, look, we're not making the metric here. Let's figure out how to get there. And by the way, you know, if we don't get there, then there's going to be consequences. That's called regulation. I don't think the legislation should be involved in those conversations. I think that we should make it clear that the insurance department has that responsibility. And maybe we haven't made it clear yet, because they're saying, oh, well, it's already in the law. Well, no, it's not working, so why? And it all falls back on to me, the government. You know, the market by itself apparently cannot get down there and still, you know, survive. So, you
Hear
gotta
ya.
push, you gotta
Okay.
get the reimbursement rate up. That's all
Right.
I'm saying.
Representative Bartlett, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go back to discussion on this amendment. My feeling is that the amount of testimony that we heard last week regarding the problems with the issue is not going to be addressed with this amendment. This amendment is only talking about, well, it talks about just eliminating the whole bill and just saying about notice that the sole providers, and most of the mental health providers are sole providers, would have to be contacting the insurance carriers. And I think that the amount of responsibility that this bill would put, this amendment would put on the sole providers would be more than they could handle. Because this could change from one week to another. You know, there may be one week that they can't take more patients and let the insurance company know. We know that there's going to be a lag time between being able, for the various carriers, and it's probably more than one carrier involved, to be able to update their website, and then it could change. So I don't feel that the amendment is addressing the problems that we heard in testimony. I also don't think we're going to resolve all of this in this subcommittee meeting, and I think we should meet again to continue this discussion. Because I'm
Okay.
very aware that you have a schedule for
So what I've
today.
scheduled is that for next Wednesday morning, we will do subcommittees, you know, whatever didn't get resolved today. And then we would exec next at 1:15 that next Wednesday. And what doesn't get exec would be exec on Thursday.
Okay.
So, but
But I do think we have to
we
keep,
have to get these 8 bills out of committee that next week.
okay. But my feeling is, I know you've got a schedule for today that you're looking for. I think that there's been a lot of discussion on this one this morning. I think we should keep talking about it because I don't think this amendment is going to meet the needs that we heard about last week.
I'm more than willing to let this amendment sit for a week and see where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay. Yeah, Representative Greason.
Thank you, sir. In response to Representative Herbert's concerns, currently in statute, in paragraph Roman numeral 5B, section 1, reimbursements for services paid to mental health and substance use disorder treatment providers shall meet the required standard if the reimbursement are on average equal to or greater than the relative Medicare reimbursements for the same service. So it's already in the law. The legislature has already said this is what the law is, and now the insurance commission already knows what the law is, and they can now hold the insurance companies responsible and accountable to this law that when it comes to reimbursement rates. Anything additional would be the state setting a price, and that is a bridge way too far. We've got the law. They're held accountable to the law, and so and as far as what the concerns from Representative Bartlett, we cannot allow the government to run private businesses. Part of these private practitioners is the cost of doing business. And having been a business owner, I understand the stresses of it. There's all kinds of things. You've got plates juggling in the air, and you're doing everything you can to keep them from crashing. One of those things that you deal with today is making sure that the insurance company knows you're not taking new patients at this time. Yes, it may change a week from now, it may change 6 months from now. You look at your calendar, but that's just, you are in private practice knowing that's part of the business. You're in private practice knowing that that is something that you're going to have to deal with. And if you have staff, you've got somebody who's answering the phones for you, scheduling the appointments for you. You've got somebody, doing all kinds of other different things. And so that is just part of the team that you have, that you hire as part of your business. If you need to hire somebody else, then you hire that. But the government doesn't need to be coming in and saying you need to hire somebody to do that so that you can be in compliance. That is a responsibility that you have. That's just the responsibilities of being in private business. If you don't like all those responsibilities, as a lot of people are doing, they join a hospital network, and then the hospital network has somebody that will make sure that you are in compliance. There are pros and cons both ways. So I'm neither in favor nor opposed to somebody going into a hospital network, but that's just the way it is in a private practice. You know that that's what you have to do, and that's what you do. Every time we've had new laws passed, whether it be allergen warnings on our food products, or whether it be some other kind of how we handle waste disposal or anything else like that, you just do it.
Just an observation.
Can you be very brief?
Very brief, very brief. There's a difference between a normative statement, which is what you've made. It's an opinion.
It's correct, and that's what you're allowed
But
to do that in
no,
subcommittee.
what I'm saying is, if you make a law, I'm not in the business of ensuring a profit for somebody. So if the law says we're not making parity, which is already part of the dang thing, we got to fix it. So the private market's apparently not going to fix it. So the government has to put a base in, which is what Medicare is all about. So I don't understand why we just don't put a little fang in there, the law that says, hey.
Well, Chris, I'll tell you what. You got a week to go figure that one out.
I could do it in one sentence.
Okay, you go get that drawn up, and we'll
Okay,
entertain that as an
okay.
amendment to the bill.
Mr. Chair?
Right?
Okay?
Mr. Chair, 20 seconds?
Yes.
30.
Representative
Look,
Terry.
we need, as the representative from Anthem pointed out, the Harvard expert said this is very complicated. Also pointed out that 1996, MHP, ACA 2014, momentum, so forth. We're not in a static situation. We're in a dynamic situation. And I just want to point out that we don't have hospital networks on the one hand and independent providers only. The market forces will push independent providers to form groups. Once they form groups, they're better able to hire staff to be able to do the kinds of things that we're talking about. Bottom line, we're in a dynamic situation, and I think we're going to see some big changes here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yes, Representative Leno.
Thank you very much, John, and I appreciate your extending this just for another minute. Just a couple of comments here. I really appreciate your comments, Representative Greason's comments, especially with regards to rate setting and allowing the market to determine what are reasonable reimbursement rates. And I think we went a very similar way when we did the balanced billing legislation, along with Representative Kirk several years ago. But as we all know, healthcare is a highly regulated market. It is certainly not a free market type of situations, but some things can certainly be left up to market forces to resolve. And I think I hope everyone can remember that House Bill 1622 is a bipartisan bill. It impacts Granite Staters across the state in all walks of life. Our role as legislators is to adjust, be responsive to the dynamic situations that we're seeing here in the state. And we've certainly seen potentially made worse by other underlying situations, but an increase in substance use disorder and mental health throughout the state, affecting so many lives, affecting parents, children, workforce, families, DCYF, and obviously some of that is even involved in current events that we see all the time. But I've heard it loud and clear from this committee that the bill, the bipartisan bill as presented, would need to be changed, and I'm very happy to work with you, John, on and Christy on and members of the committee on that. I've got some ideas that I'll share with Christy, and just for 30 seconds, I'd like just if you could hear from Anina just very quickly.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, everybody. I think it's nice to see you again. Anina Hansen, and it has been very educational to me listening to this process last week and this week. I think we have a wonderful system here and a lot of committed people who are really doing their best, both in front of me and behind me here. So I'm learning a lot, and I appreciate the expertise everybody brings. And the one thing that I want to contribute in exchange is just the reminder, because there's so much tech speak, and obviously that has to be part of any sort of legislative process. It's very important. I won't be able to be here next week to speak to the ongoing conversation, so I just want to get in my plea for the remembrance of the big picture issue here, which is the wellness of people and our communities and our loved ones. And when Phil, before his death, was in mental health crisis, we weren't sitting around being like, oh, well, what are the reimbursement rates? Like, obviously that stuff has to be managed, but when we get down to the humanity for whom these reimbursements exist, in those moments of crisis, there just has to be availability. There has to be access. And the reason there has to be is because lives are at stake. And so my request is just that people remember the big picture side of it, that there are people we all love and cherish who need behavioral health services for their wellness and their survival, and that not get lost inside all this other technical work that also has to be done. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll end this subcommittee, and we'll meet again at 10 a.m. February 2nd, bright and early, first bill of the day. Okay. Next up is, liquor. Cigar bars. 1237, I see the sponsor here.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
have the paper.
Just want to say, we weren't streaming before, but we were for the previous bill, so this is all available on
Okay,
online.
yeah, so open mics now, everybody
Right,
remember.
okay.
You don't want to say things inappropriate. No, I don't have an amendment, no, there's no amendment, I have we have the worksheet, so this is, yeah, I got it, I have it here, okay. You want to do it? Paperwork. Okay, so you circle who's here. And, yeah, we handed that out to everybody in the hearing. You didn't get one to the hearing? Yeah, well, there's an insert too. Yeah, they gave us plenty. Okay, so then. There are a couple back here if anybody else wants one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sorry, okay, right. So,
which I guess, and I asked, so I tried to ask the guy.
so Representative Terry, would you like to be willing to sit in for Max Abramson?
I'm sorry, I have a commitment.
Okay, and where's Don and Jeff? See if Don and Jeff. And then you're going to sit in for Van Houten?
Sure.
Okay, so you just write her name, just cross her.
Yesterday, she still hasn't got answers. Going to another specialist and hopefully soon.
Okay,
The other Representative Fargo is still dealing with COVID.
yeah.
Negative now with her answers.
Did she actually get it, or?
She got, she did get COVID.
Oh, my God.
And she's fine.
Yeah.
Yet she got it and her answers is really been affected. It's really tough. When she gets tough, it's just tough. So I don't know.
Okay, all right, John.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We're not testifying.
I'm sorry,
You're gonna have to answer this question.
Just
for me.
answer questions, sorry
Answer
about
this
that.
question for me.
Okay.
Okay. So, in the wisdom of this committee, when we gave cigar bars the ability to serve alcohol, the assumption is at that time, cigar bars were a thriving economic business. And that having liquor was never contemplated as a major economic, or how I should say, an important revenue source.
Okay.
It was designed to be a bonus feature so that the people who were smoking their fine cigars could actually have a glass of wine or cocktail or something along that line. But it was never, so the question being is, if we were to repeal altogether cigar bars having alcohol, and go back to the old, I don't know, let's say, if we had sunsetted that original law, are you saying all these cigar bars would go out of business? That this liquor is that important to their revenue stream?
I'm just, as I said, this is a concern of my constituent based on his experience with a bar in Nashua. And Representative Staple and I brought this forward to reduce, and it's sort of a compromise. We, after consulting with other people, we didn't, understood that the value of the law that was passed, I think it was you and former Representative Butler in 2009.
Correct.
But I think, and I voted for it, so I'm not, I don't want to repeal it altogether, but I think we ought to look at it maybe by reducing the revenue for at least 2 years, and I put that in. I'm even willing to consider 3 or 4 just as an experiment. But I think from time to time, the laws we pass, we ought to look at them again to make sure they're working. And if they're working, fine. If not, don't change them. If they aren't working, what we can do either to modify them or repeal them. And right now, this is more modifying the present law. That's as I see it.
Right, but it goes back to what is their fundamental business model? Alcohol was never intended to be their economic mainstream. I mean, that was never intended to be their model, even whether 50, that's why the 60 was sent. I I mean, I think the one time in the original bill, it was started out at 80.
80%, okay, and I believe you because obviously you were involved in crafting the
And
first
that
bill.
we kind of toned it down a little bit,
Right, yeah.
but you know, at the end of the day, you know, are you saying if we don't pass this one, your constituent will go out of business because he can't sell enough cigars?
Yeah, I don't, I'll admit I don't know my constituent involved. I'm not sure whether he's I assume he isn't in the business, but he's unfortunately not able to here to speak today for himself. My understanding, he is not involved in the cigar business to my knowledge. But, I mean,
What do you mean he's not involved in the cigar? I don't understand. How could he not be involved in the cigar business?
He patronizes, I think, such.
Oh, he's a customer.
Yeah.
So he has no idea what the revenue stream is of the
I
establishment.
mean, that's my understanding anyway. And I don't know, Representative Stapleton, I don't know if you know him better, but I mean, that's,
Is this your same buddy? Is this the guy you know? No. so-
co-sponsor, I'm sorry, he is in the, Representative Stapleton's in the room too. So I don't, you know.
Are you involved with the revenue of this company, of this cigar shop, or are you just a customer?
The constituent is,
You know, why don't you come and sit over here? See if there's another mic over here with a rep seat.
okay,
Normally, when we have subcommittees, we invite everybody right up, and so it's a free-for-all discussion.
originally I got this request from the constituent, and I was busy at the time and not familiar with the details of liquor and cigar bars operations, and he mentioned a bar in Nashua. So I suggested if there was a problem, he was connected with the owner by his clientele relationship there, that maybe he should ask the owner to get a hold of his Nashua rep, who might understand the situation better and better prepare a bill. That didn't happen for whatever reason, but from the gist of several conversations, I got that the 60-40 formula was difficult for at least 3 establishments to make the grade on that split. In an email with Representative Allard, who was a little more familiar with this, he suggested that a 55-45 would enable easier compliance by the 3 entities that are having difficulty. And I don't know if you're going to adjust the formula, is there any merit to 50-50 so you can remove that difficulty in compliance? It sounds like that the cigar bars, once thriving business, may have had a little bit of setback or lost in favor of the public. I don't know. I'm not a smoker anymore. And I don't frequently go to bars or taverns, so I'm at a loss to give you the hands-on detail. But that's what I feel, that I've heard hearsay that there are 3 establishments struggling to make the 60-40 requirement by the department.
Okay. Keith?
So, full disclosure, I do frequent some cigar bars. And it's a great venue to hang out with people that have different political opinions than you do. So, and cigar. So I have a lot of Democrat friends who I sit around and we bust each other's chops over cigars, but you learn things that way, right? Cigar shops are competing with online businesses. I have another friend in Pennsylvania. He works for Famous Smoke Shop. It's one of the largest online retailers. Cigar shops, brick and mortar shops, are competing with these online companies because they have to sustain, a lease and a premises, and so allowing them to serve wine, vodka, maybe, but probably bourbon, attracts a customer base. It provides something extra that those online shops can't do. We did hear there were 15. I think there were 16, and the one went out of business in Nashua. I think I have an idea of what that company is. Now there's 15, and I think we heard that 3 were right around that, were struggling with the compliance level, and, would you believe, maybe if we gave them a little bit of slack, and I'd be interested in the Liquor Commission's take on this, but if we gave them a little bit of slack, would that, allow those 3 to remain in business a little easier?
Yeah, I think that would be a reasonable move to make. Some more information would be helpful to know to what extent they're struggling to make the statutory, the rulemaking limits, and I can't tell you what that is right now, instead of just picking a number out of the air.
Okay, Chief. Chief, you want to come up and have a seat here? Or do you want to send somebody up who is an expert on this subject matter? Did you have a question, Jeff? I do, once he sits down. Okay. Yes, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you. Would you believe that I'm having a tough time feeling that we should be moving on legislation based on hearsay? I really think we need some facts to be able to move this forward.
Right, I agree with you that did the business in Nashua close simply because of mail order, that they weren't competitive anymore. I can't imagine it was because that if all of a sudden they could sell more booze, they would suddenly be successful. That's the question to you. Yes, Keith.
So I don't know exactly. So full disclosure, it turns out I know the sponsor. He's a friend of mine. I didn't know that until the hearing his name was mentioned. So, he was over at my house this weekend for a completely different
Did you get a free cigar
reason.
out of it?
No. We do smoke cigars together.
Good.
We have been to cigar bars. No, we got a puppy, and they brought their dogs over so we could socialize them. So, I think Nashua, it could have been O'Shea's. I'm not sure. I haven't been there recently, but it's a big bar. Their facility is a bar, right? They have live music, and next door is the humidor, right? It's a one-room humidor. It was. So anyway, if you could give us some.
And this place
detail.
closed? Is O'Shea closed?
I don't know for sure.
Did he close? O'Shea closed?
And we can give you more information. First introduction, Mark Armaganian, Chief of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. With me is Lieutenant Matt Culver, who actually oversees licensing and in our auditing department. Mr. Chairman, you have this license type right on the nose. It is, and I'm similar to you. I frequent and enjoy those establishments. But they are cigar establishments giving us as patrons the opportunity to have a drink. But they're actually starting to swing, and they're being utilized for not their purpose, not their business structure that they should have. That license type is being utilized to sell alcohol and possibly sprinkle a little cigar on top of it, which is not the intent of the license type. We have gone out of our way to actually help these patrons, these licensees get into different license types that fit their business model better. I know you've heard me talk about our customer service base. That's not even an understatement. We go out, we talk to the licensee. If we feel they're not making their numbers and we feel that the percentages are there to solidify that they are a a cigar establishment, not a alcohol establishment. The alcohol should be a secondary to it. So Lieutenant Culver can actually speak to the numbers. We have those pretty close to up to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, fellow committee members. Did you want me to comment just on it's Good Times is the actual name of Shea's, but Good Times Smoke Shop, do you want their numbers, or is that appropriate? I'm not.
I think you mentioned 10 to 15% off the previous hearing, so.
Okay, that particular license was not renewed because they were not in compliance, but I do have their numbers here if you would like to hear them.
So numbers in terms of what their revenue liquor revenue was.
Right, and their
versus-
percentage of the 60% requirement.
And so, I guess, I don't know, he's a little tacky to be throwing people's numbers around, but what I want to know is, did his tobacco business decline? Is the fundamental problem not that they can't sell enough booze, but that their cigar sales are in decline?
Right.
So,
Well, I think your original assessment is spot on, Chairman. And you're exactly right. When this law was originally designed, it was designed for retail cigar locations. Okay? When the law was passed, the cigar bar license type was passed, it was passed for the purpose of having the privilege of a retail cigar location having an alcoholic beverage while they enjoy their cigar. Over the last couple of years, we've seen an increase in the amount of licensee applicants who have found a couple attractive qualities to the cigar bar license, and they're applying for that license type to perhaps circumvent some of the other license types. A couple of those a couple of those qualities are the ability to smoke on the premise and the ability to not have food available for the patrons, so they don't have to be restaurants. Okay, so what we've seen over the past couple of years is when these applications have come in for these businesses with these specific business models, we've worked with them to make sure that they're going to be able to maintain their compliance with this license type. Now, those compliance policies that we've implemented have allowed us to monitor them throughout their temporary license type issuance and their quarterly gross revenue requirements reporting to the commission. We have all of the data now, and the data suggests to us that for the licensees who have always remained the retail cigar locations, there's no compliance issues. So the licensees that are utilizing the license type for what it was intended for, there are no compliance issues. It's the licensees who have business models that don't correlate directly to that license type that are creating the challenges here. We can tell that by some of the business models. You know, the smoking on the premise, cigarette smoking is prohibited by the statute, correct? Everybody, cigarette smoking is prohibited, but other forms of tobacco are not prohibited to be smoked on the premise of a cigar bar. One of those is flavored tobacco. So flavored tobacco is now commonly being smoked through a hookah pipe, and businesses that have models that want to promote the hookah smoking on their premise are attracted to the cigar bar license type. Now, that's not what it was intended for, and every flavored tobacco product that they sell actually works against the 60% requirement. Now, you add all of those products that they're selling on top of the alcohol they're selling, and there's no way they can maintain that compliance. Likewise, with the business models that don't want to get involved in the restaurant business, they are attracted to this license type because they don't have to provide food. Okay, so every product or their business model that they come up with in every product that they sell that is not a cigar on their premise, and they have limited numbers of cigars or cigar-related products, everything that they sell on their premise technically goes against their 60% requirement. So when we look at the cigar bars that this license type was originally designed for, you're talking about invoice amounts and inventory amounts of tens of thousands of cigars. Now we're seeing on some of these licenses that are struggling with their license types, we're seeing, inventory amounts in the less than 100 cigars. There is no way that you can make those requirements with those numbers.
Okay,
It's-
now you've hit a point for me that I'm a little worried about. And that is, hookah, sometimes it's just regular tobacco, right? Is it not always, is it always flavored tobacco? Isn't like, I always think of Turkish. Well, the Turkish, hookah, right? Are they,
Shisha and flavored tobacco is what they're using in.
and you're saying that's working against them? That's not included as a tobacco
It's-
product?
It's not included a cigar or a cigar-related item, and the statute's
And
specific.
our
on it.
statute was specific. Well, maybe we want to amend this bill, because I'm not sure I'm opposed to that. I mean, and I've had this conversation, I don't know if I have too much with you, Chief, but I know I had with the previous, that your the hookah business is kind of but I think it's actually kind of, it's a social thing that people get together and they got their hookah and it is Muslim, right? So it's sort of, I'm not sure I want to be counting against that. I mean, I understand the cigar and the word cigar, and you guys are very precise in using the word cigar, but I always thought when we passed that statute, I always thought that they would be selling other tobacco products, such as cigarettes, such as, whatever, and taking them out. People are, obviously can't smoke them there. They can only smoke the cigar. But when we set that number, that 60, I never considered that it had to be only cigar. So I hear you that that's what the law says,
Right.
but I kind of lean to maybe that's not right. That's not right and fair, because if they're in the cigar bar, if they're in the cigar business, tobacco business, the whole point was that they're selling tobacco products. All right, and yeah, I had the vision that they might be selling bongs, and someone would say that's a smoking device. Well, no, it's an illegal smoking device, and I think there's defined somewhere else the statute that if it's for the intent to smoke marijuana or something like that. But I'm not sure. I don't know how other members of the committee feel about this, but I'm not sure that that's right, that we're not allowing them to include other, because, like, for instance, if they sell the cigar and the person smoking the next cigar they bought there, that's considered okay. So maybe rather than getting so bogged down on this 50, 60, whatever, let's just look at what should be considered, because I have to admit, if you had asked me this question, I would have thought cigarettes or any other tobacco type related product they were selling was considered part of their 60%.
And Mr. Chairman, you're partially right, because if I have it correctly, before my time, I think Chief Wilson was part of a bill that that was brought before you.
He was the chief at the time.
But didn't go anywhere. I don't know the outcome of it, but it didn't go anywhere at that point.
To
But
include more tobacco products in the list?
more.
So he was around when we passed the legislation. I think he was.
No, that's going to be
Eddie?
under Chief Edwards.
Done already. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Representative Bartlett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, I'm going to go back to the bill.
Yes.
Are you looking to amend this bill
Yeah, I'm thinking that we want to amend the bill
to include all tobacco products?
to where the definition of cigar would be all tobacco products. Yeah.
Okay. Is that going to meet the needs that this constituent is requesting?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this bill is dead.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
because it defies the whole purpose of what the 60%. The 60% wasn't supposed to be a negative to them. The 60% is to make sure that they didn't forget what they're supposed to be in the business doing, which is selling tobacco
So-
products.
So,
The booze was supposed to be we don't have a lot of time, but let me tell you a very quick story. We had, Eddie Edwards brought to me, an issue was that bridal places are giving, and beauty shops are giving glasses of champagne to their customers. And under our statute, that's illegal. It says you cannot give. This is one. This is Roman numeral 1. You cannot give. Okay? And he says, well, should we try to license these people because they're giving it away free? And I go, oh my God, no, we can't do that's what a nightmare. And how are we going to enforce that? It was just a rate. So the nuances in our statute at this point is that, you know, we absolutely know we have a problem, and now I just put it up on the web now, that we have a problem with our statute that we cannot fix. We're not going to fix that problem. And so in this case, in my mind, the 60% was to say is don't take your eye off the ball on what your purpose is, which is to sell tobacco products. Now here it said cigar, and I'm willing to revisit the statute and just add that cigar or cigar-related would be tobacco.
Okay, so.
How do you feel about that?
I don't really have a problem with that.
Great.
So what I'm looking for is, are we amending this bill as it is
Yeah.
and replacing it?
Yes.
Okay. I was just
That's
trying
what I
to
would
be
do. Yes,
clear.
I would.
I mean, if people want to buy tobacco products and cigars, that's their business.
Yeah. Okay. Representative Naaman.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you believe that it's customary that cigar establishments that do not have a liquor license, it's customary for customers to bring in their own liquor bottles and serve it, you know, and there's no one regulating the amount that people are getting. So the one benefit is you have a bartender that is, you know, keeping track of how many drinks you've had. In some other establishments, you know, if you're there late at night, you could get out of control, right? So one benefit of having oversight. Just real quick, the 60% includes cigars, humidors, cigar cutters, cigar cases, lighters, and ashtrays. That's it. And then it says Keno mail order internet sales as well as revenue generated from other tobacco sales in store, including cigarettes, loose tobacco, shall not be used to determine whether it satisfies. So
Right.
that would be the adjustment.
Okay. You have any good reason why we shouldn't maybe revisit those numbers, or revisit those categories?
You bring up a good point, Mr. Chairman, and it's something that we can all look at collectively and see the pros and the cons.
Okay.
Like we do with everything.
So, in that way he just read to me, are they barred from selling cigarettes?
Right.
They're not. You could have to read the sentence again. Did it say?
Yes, paragraph 2, section D says does not allow cigarette smoking or service of food on the premises.
Right, cigarette smoking. Right, but in terms of they can sell cigarettes, right? Tobacco products, right?
Yes.
Curtis, they're selling tobacco products, right?
That's correct. Two different sections of the law. One is the retail sales, and the other one is the actual use on the premises.
Okay. All right, so you think that might be okay with you guys, that we just change what, and that way it solves this problem? I think big time would probably solve the problem, because I'm sure they're selling a lot of cigarettes. How about lottery tickets? Do they sell lottery tickets?
I'm not tracking lottery tickets.
Okay, all right, so we will
We'll take
have.
the revenue from it,
Yes.
though.
You know,
Chris.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I have a question. Why is it so important that, again, that these, assuming we kept the same law, that they keep to that 60% for cigars? I mean, it seems to me that, you know, 5-10 years ago, cigars were a very in thing, and that popularity has just dipped down. So I think holding people to those companies or businesses to those standards of yesterday, it just doesn't seem to me to make sense in the first place.
Good, so it sounds like you agree with this, that we should amend this law.
I agree, yeah.
Great. Okay. All right, so we will, John, yeah.
Okay, just in response to Representative Bartlett's question, I'm not sure how my constituent would feel about this amendment, and I wish he was here today to
Right.
respond. But I understand if it's the will of the committee, because I understand you may introduce a bill, but it actually becomes your bill. And if you want to do anything, amend it to deal I
Right,
mean, I suppose that's
You-
your choice, and I've
You've been a
certainly-
rep a long time, you know.
Yes, I know, and I certainly, whenever I file, I'm not an expert on the issue, so I'm also
Right.
learning, frankly.
So you can certainly tell him he can watch it on the, up on YouTube
You too.
and hear how we got here where
Okay.
we are.
So
All
I
right.
understand. Thank
Representative
you.
Bealow.
Right, well,
Yeah, I don't think this bill should be amended. I think it should just be killed.
Mm-hmm.
And I also believe that as a business owner, if they're not making ends meet, if they're not, making any money, then change the business model. That's what I suggest, not the law.
Right. No, but the what we're finding here is that they might actually be doing very well selling some other tobacco products. Okay, and there is a cost to the one, right? They have to get a liquor license. How much is their liquor license?
It's $840.
$840.
But they also have a retail tobacco license, every cigar bar.
And they
has.
have to have their tobacco license anyways.
Right, which is $6, but.
And it's $6 only because they have the booze portion. If they didn't, it would be $240. If I understand the new law. Okay. Okay, so we will schedule a subcommittee on this. Yes, Representative Bartlett?
I just want to be clear that I am definitely opposed to the bill as it
Yes,
stands.
I am too.
If you are amending it just to change that other tobacco products can be included in the
60%.
60%, I don't really have a problem with that. But-
Great. I'm
but
glad to hear
this-
we'll
the
have a
bill-
bipartisan solution.
The bill itself, I am definitely opposed.
No, I agree with you. Yes.
Okay.
I think we're there. Okay. Yes, Mark.
Just really quick, Mr. Chairman, and Representative, I really appreciate the test quality of a sunset. But I'd have to say that anytime we hear sunset in the regulatory world, if it doesn't come to fruition after the sunset, it is, for a lack of a better term, a horror show to get them back into compliance. So I just would like everybody to think about that when we think sunsets, that's all. I like the idea, though, but it does
Okay,
create some
thank you for your
dynamics.
comments. I was
Thank
just
you.
trying to be helpful as
No,
a
no,
compromise.
thank you very much.
Okay. Are we all set? Oh, Representative Herbert's got a quick question, right?
Yes. $840 for a liquor license. Did I hear correctly?
$840 for the cigar bar.
Okay,
License.
so a liquor license.
Correct.
So there are selling booze. Is there any restriction on how much booze they can sell?
Well, right now, it's the 60% of the quarterly gross revenue has to come from the cigars or cigar-related products.
So
So
Chris,
that-
offline, I'll explain to you why people would actually want to do that. So, okay.
I don't want a bar.
So the subcommittee will be at 10:30, February 2nd. And hopefully we'll have an amendment drawn up. All right? Great. You got that on the sheet? Yeah. Okay. Believe you me, they will be involved in drawing up the amendment. At least Aiden will be. And start working on it now, Aiden, if you're online.
So,
Okay,
Mr.
John.
Chairman, just to be clear, so there
Yes.
will be an amendment, but you'll take care of it.
We're gonna, yes, we'll take care of it, yes. And unlike some other committees, when we own a bill, we own the amendment too.
bill, okay, all
When
right.
we own the bill, we own the amendment
Right,
also.
yeah, and I
We
understand.
would never rely on the sponsor to have to
Okay, all right,
produce
okay.
that.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not sure whether I can be here next week, but I'll try to, and I'll certainly inform my constituent of what went on.
What's going on.
Yes,
okay.
right. Okay, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
All right, great. All right, so we got eliminating the enforcement division. So, Peter, you want to come up? Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I have Representative Griffin here also, should you
need his expertise, and someone was kind enough to forward to me the minutes of the discussion last week, and I've never seen such good minutes, so I'm not sure.
He's the man.
Yeah, unbelievable, precise, but I had to say that, I guess, to start out. So I'm here to, I guess, answer any further
I would think
questions.
finance would have very good minutes.
Well, I clerked for one of the divisions for 3 terms. I've never seen out
The
of
minutes
finance.
from you.
Yeah, from me. So, nothing like that, anyway.
At any rate.
So I would certainly answer any questions.
Well,
or-
I'm thinking we should just interim study this bill. How do you feel about that?
I'm good with that. There's an awful lot of issues, I think, probably more than we could discuss today. As I said in my testimony last week, there are a number of us that feel that having an enforcement arm for an agency that was supposed to sell booze and kind of take care of the selling and overseeing, to have a uniformed division within liquor seems kind of a stretch, especially the extra jurisdictional issues that have come up, but I'm certainly happy to entertain that idea of interim study.
All right. Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here. I just have to ask, I know that there was a little meeting after the public hearing last week, and I was hoping that it was constructive. Can you tell me whether you were able to have a good discussion?
Yes, I guess fortunately there wasn't an open mic. No, it was a hot mic, but it was very constructive. Representative Hatch and I discussed with Mark, the chief, and others from the Liquor Commission some issues that we had. There's obviously been some miscommunication. Some reports are going to different agencies or committees. They weren't coming to fiscal and finance. A lot of things were discussed. I think we discussed matters for over a half an hour, but there's still a lot more to discuss.
Okay. Well, good. It's a good start, though.
It was a good start. Thanks
Okay.
for asking the question.
Sure.
Anybody else in the comments or thoughts? Okay. Let's see here. Well, let's say Representative Hunt, seconded by Representative Bartlett or Plutusik. Moves interim study. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay. Is that opposed, Herbert?
Yes.
Oh, too bad. You can't vote. Too bad you can't. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. He's not on this subcommittee. Yeah. Okay. All right. With that, we're done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for entertaining the motion. Okay. So I think we're done till 1:15. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Go.
Okay.
2 hours, going to Tandy's?
Yep. What?
You son of a...
I'm
she's our admin side, our attorney that handles all that, so I said that the other day. Well, I can see her kind of I looked over and I'm like, because I know him that's going out the door, and I'm like, where's that going? And I'm going, where's that at? No, it was more animated than that. But where's that? There was a WTF.
Right before coming in here, just, no, so we've gone for everything along. It's those sort of things like I just mentioned, communication, transparency, and like we heard from Mary and myself and others, definitely presence, you know, it's not out harassing kids, harassing businesses after.
Now we have 16 of them, right?
We didn't get any amendments yet, right? Right, okay. Oh, you don't have 1503? Oh.
03, 02 is the UCC one that they're gonna work on.
Right.
You want me to pass it in?
Sure. That'd be great.
Do you still have your little packet, or you want another?
Okay, that's 1469. Okay, so here's where we're at. So 1502 is going to be the big bear. The status of it is right now, we have the Uniform Law Commission, is that what, is it with UCL Foundation, the Uniform Law Foundation Council, something like that. They have their rendition. It isn't technically hasn't been the official put to bed sleep one, version, but that they have given us permission to go forward with it. So this is so just to remind everybody what UCC is. So most of us are somewhat aware of UCC when we with car loan, a document that you sign. And, but the UCC, if you were to look over in our statutes, is a big, huge section of the law. They are hundreds of pages long. And the goal of it was that instead of having one federal law, have a federal law, that each state would do the laying of the hands and pass a uniform law so that it's uniform among all 50 states. And they usually give you a couple-year window to try to get them enacted. And, but that one of the goals of the uniform is that it's consistent from state to state. In this case, it affects really two divisions. We have banking and securities in terms of the effects. So what we have done so far in terms of working on amendments, the concept is that the language in, which one had the banking language? 1502, right. So we're just going to take out the entire 1502 and replace it with this UCC statute. Legislative Services is totally freaked out, and I just had a interesting conversation with them, and I will. I'm going to go to the speaker and ask him to see if we at least to not have this as an early bill, if we can change the getting this bill out of the committee. Otherwise, what we'll end up doing is we will stick in it any parts where they're a little unsure. We're going to say the expectation is the banking department and the securities divisions would come back for answers for those for next legislative session. So, which is awkward and not something I'm too crazy about. Yes, Representative Bartlett.
I'm sorry to be dense. So 1502, we're going to put aside?
So, well, at this moment, we don't have the amendment drawn up. But 1502, the initial intent of 1502 was to create a new division within the banking department. And I think that was generally agreed by everybody, not a good idea. Yes.
I could be wrong. I don't mean to correct the chair. I think 1504 would have definitely required a new banking department, a
Was
new
it banking?
department in the banking.
Oh, it's
That was a
1504,
special,
okay.
but the 1502 had to do with existing banks and so forth.
Right,
Is that right?
okay.
Okay, it's still confused. So 1502, we don't have an amendment for it yet, is that correct?
Correct.
We're expecting an amendment?
Like I say, they're working on it.
It's huge.
But that to do an amendment, they're freaking out because it's 100 pages long. It's 102 pages. And there's a bunch of things in there where they say, fit it in to conform to current statute. So that is somewhat problematic, because they're not necessarily sure where it would fit, and they would have to work with banking and securities to make sure those things fit to whatever is in the current statute.
Okay, so that's 1502, so we're not going to deal with that right now, is that
So this,
correct?
at this moment, I just want everybody to be forewarned that A is that we do have we're working on an amendment for it, and it will affect the UCC section of the law. It's a new chapter 12, I think is 12 of the UCC statute. And, but that we're, I'm going to ask the speaker to have waived the fact that it needs to go to a second committee, because we would be taking out of it the reason that it was supposed to create a second committee, which was to, well, because I see the other one was relative to special purpose depository institutions, 1504. Was that the one that created a new division?
Yeah, so I think
Amelia?
the thought, is this okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Well, you might want to go to the microphone because
Okay, so.
people at home can hear you.
So this is, well, I thought we weren't streaming.
Oh,
Oh, we are now?
we are streaming now.
Okay, so, you're asking the speaker to waive a second committee request because you're removing the need to what out of 1502?
Well, that's what, make sure I got it right. So what was in 1502? Exactly?
1502 was amending the UCC. And it worked, I believe, I don't want to put words in Representative Emmett's mouth, but I believe the intent was that 1502 and 1504 were kind of to go together. So we did one fiscal note that was identical for 1502 and 1504. And if you amend it to have the UCC, it'll, I think, remove the fiscal note.
Correct. Because, let alone the fact that the real fiscal policy, the 1504, but that we do want to kill that. We
Okay, so we're going to keep working on 1502 after today.
keep working on 1502, correct.
Got it.
Representative Herbert,
UCC,
Uniform Commercial Code.
is that a federal law?
No, that's the whole point. It's a UCC there's a Uniform Commercial Foundation, what's the UC, FL, what? Law Commission, that's right. Uniform Law Commission, which is, in this case, this document, I see 25 lawyers, and we actually have one person in New Hampshire, which I don't see him here. Again, he's MIA. And, but anyway, so if, what this is that they didn't pass any federal laws, and this is, so these are in state law.
Right.
And if you were to go look at our RSAs, you'll see it says UCC on it.
Yep.
And there's 1 through 8 right now, I guess. There's something like 9. Was there a 9? Okay. There is a 9. And I would say over the years, Chris, it would randomly, they would rewrite the code sometimes.
Yeah.
So I would say in my 30 years, I think I've seen it twice, maybe 3 times, where they kind of rewrote the statute. And I would always, back then Tara Reardon was on the committee and she was our only lawyer, so I'd always make Tara read it. But the idea of it is that it's truly a model legislation, and then each state passes this model.
So the UL law, the Uniform Law Commission,
Law Commission
works on the UCC, is that correct?
corrects the create UCC, correct?
Okay.
Yes, Representative West.
Yeah, I thought I read somewhere that they were actually setting up a whole new article to deal with,
They are,
cryptocurrency. So
That-
when will that be coming out?
We're hoping to be the very first state to pass it.
So you don't know, you don't have a timeline on it?
We have a they have what, I guess it's their, I don't know, it's not their final edition, but it's their preliminary one. It's been out for over a year, right? It's actually been around almost close to 2 years. It's been floating around, and they've been getting comments from anybody who cares. And but that they're very ripe to actually release it.
So when we see this amendment, this 100-page amendment, is that going to be the new part of the UCC?
That'll be the new part, Section 12, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Representative Abel.
Yes, the three bills closely related, if for some reason we're unable to address one of them, does that mean that the other two, that they can each be handled separately?
Well, the key element was that the one that was problematic was 1504.
Okay.
Okay, because that one was create a new division in the
Right.
banking department, and that's the one that generated the awful, fiscal note and. So what, for all intents and purposes, we will at some point in time entertain a motion to kill 1504. Or interim study. 1504. So 1504 is not what we want. 1502 and 1503 is what we're working on, and we have an amendment for 1503 in your pause right now. Yes, Representative Herbert.
So if my understanding is correct, UCC is not a federal law, but it is a law code that has been adopted uniformly
By all
by the
50
s-
states.
By all 50 states.
Correct.
So this document that this amendment that you're talking about right now is an amendment to that UCC code that affects all 50 states.
It doesn't affect all 50 states, it only affects New Hampshire, because we have no control
Well,
over
the
it.
UCC code, though, has been adopted
So,
by
the
all
language,
50
what we're adopting is the one that they are gonna propose for all 50 states.
Who's they?
The Uniform Law Commission.
So is the uniform law, I'm sorry, further?
Yeah.
I'm just
This-
trying to
this
get
is subcommittee.
straight.
We don't have all that
The Uniform Law
formality.
Commission is an adjunct to the UCC.
No, yeah, what is your, yeah.
I might need their help too, but I reserve the right to call them.
Blame securities.
Okay, so the Uniform Law Commission proposes articles of the UCC. It kind of comes out in chapters, right? There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 to 9 right now, I believe.
Right, nine is the right number.
And states get to adopt, the legislature can choose to adopt them
Or not.
or not. And I believe all 50 states have adopted 1 through 9.
Yes.
Yes. And we're not sure what happened to Articles 10 and 11. I'm not a UCC expert, so we don't know where those, we don't know, yep, they don't know either.
No, they just,
And so then, now they're proposing Article 12 to deal with, oh gosh, and I'm gonna forget the term for it, but they have a technical term that basically.
Blockchain? Do they
Yeah,
have-
blockchain
Blockchain.
technology. And how, you can treat it like a, commercial instrument, basically. And so they've now they're drafting Article 12. They've given us permission to the state of New Hampshire permission to adopt it if you guys so choose.
So, one further question, just so I get this straight. 1 through 9 has nothing to do with crypto.
Well, so, okay, so Article 9 has, I'm really not the person to ask about this, but
Right.
parts of Article 12, parts of the proposal do affect the other articles a little bit because there is some overlap, particularly I think with Article 9. But that's kind of the end of my expertise on this.
right,
so
and
there is-
that's actually the biggest difficulty we're having right at the moment, is because there is some interlapping between.
Straight. Is this issue of redoing a proposal to amend a problem just in New Hampshire, or is it elsewhere as well?
Well, this is a problem for us because we have a bill in front of us. So all the other states are sitting there on their hands waiting for the final approval of Article 12. But we're not waiting. We're moving full steam ahead.
Now you've really got me confused. So we have 50 states. Have the other 49 states done this already?
Didn't Texas pass something? Didn't I hear Texas pass something? No? No, okay. So, wait, okay, so I did get, Texas did pass something, right? But they would do 12 light. They didn't really take the language of 12? Is that?
From our understanding, they kept coming.
Yeah. So,
Yes, from our understanding, they kind of whittled it down and kept it to not emerging technologies, but digital currency, where I think what you're debating,
Bitcoin.
talking today about is the full adoption
Correct.
of the UCC. And we do have, we just received this from our National Trade Organization, a PowerPoint about the UCC and what the work of the ULC.
Cool.
I can give this.
Well, the best thing to do is make sure that that's emailed to all the committee members.
I can do that for sure.
Yeah, no, that would probably work
Yeah,
better.
we just received
'Cause
this.
we don't want to, let color print, that might, the printer might,
Blow off.
you would burn through our blue ink. Okay, I don't know whose hand was up first. So.
Yeah, just one thing, rather than having that PowerPoint pointed to us or sent to us, can we get it today so we can look at it and discuss it, number one? Number two, my understanding is we're getting rid of 1504, and those attributes are gonna go into 1502 because those bills were very similar. Is that correct, Keith?
Keith, yeah, go ahead.
There it goes. Oh, so I think I understood your question, or I think I retained it. 1504 is going to basically go away for all intents and purposes. That's a whole new charter concept for something called a special purpose depository institution. 1502 deals with our existing banking structure, so it's not something new, the original 1502. So we're talking about taking the original 1502, getting ahead of the UCC changes that are inevitably coming, and being the first state to adopt it. And I think everybody's on board with that concept. So we're going to get out ahead of this change that is coming in the UCC code, because the draft is pretty much finalized. If there's any tweaks to be made, that'll happen when we adopt the whole new replacement of the UCC. That will supersede this. That's my understanding.
Well, I think my second thing was, could we get that PowerPoint now so that we could take a look at it and discuss it? I mean, you don't have to email it, can they copy it?
What's the rush?
I don't know if it's feasible to get it right now.
All right.
Representative Bartlett?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but New Hampshire, for the most part, doesn't like being first in the nation, other than the primary and guns. I mean, why do we want to be first in the nation on this?
Do we want to be last in the nation, or?
Well, no, I'm not saying, I mean, there's a difference between first out of 50 states and being last out of 50 states.
When it comes to innovation, and in this case, it's financial innovation, the states that move first attract that industry. That's the advantage. If we're middle of the road or we're stragglers, we'll be picking up crumbs on this industry, and it's a significant industry that's actually a global industry. So that's the advantage. It's when you're dealing with innovation, you want to be first. You don't want to move fast and break things. You want to be deliberate about it. And I think this compromise with the UCC, they've already deliberated on it. I've seen a draft, we could send that to the whole committee, of the UCC proposal. So they've deliberated on it for a year or two now. And so they've kind of done the work for us, and we can be innovative by adopting that and attract that industry.
So this is completely different than the Wyoming bill that you were talking about last week, is that correct?
I think the Wyoming legislation most likely informed the UCC commission. I see there's a member, at least one member from Wyoming on the commission. So I wouldn't say it's, I think there's probably echoes of the Wyoming bill that have been baked into the UCC, but it's not, one for one.
Okay, Representative Hebert?
Again, trade association, I heard the word trade association somewhere.
Into the mic, please.
One of the speakers came up and mentioned he was a member of a trade association. And that association is what?
That trade association is American Bankers Association.
American Bankers.
The ABA.
ABA, yes.
So the ABA is on board with cryptocurrency.
So we've spoken with our counterparts in, sorry. Our counterparts have spoken, we've talked to our counterparts down at the ABA, and they've been following this, and they are okay with this.
And they are what? Sorry.
Okay with this.
So the ABA is, you're not the ABA.
We're New Hampshire Bankers Association.
You're the New Hampshire Bankers
Correct.
Association.
Yep.
We have a Bankers Association that's not in favor of this, so I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to get the parties straight.
Correct. The original bill we had concerns with, this is a replace all that Representative Hunt and Representative Ammon are talking about. The amendment, so we are, at this point, we are okay with the changes.
Are you going to send out a correcting one, though? Because we've got this in our notes. If you could send out a correcting paper, that would be helpful for us as we're reviewing all of this?
Yep, we'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Rich, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Since there are fiscal notes on the bills we're considering, does our committee need to try to appropriate the money, or would that would go when it goes on to the
That's the
next
reason why the bills
committee?
are early. Yeah, some committees, they would put the, the appropriation line item in it. Other ones, they just wait till it gets to finance and let them do it. So, they're supposed to be better at negotiating the price, the compensation than we are, but. Okay, Chris, what do you got?
My final request. First you were against it, now you're for it. I would like to, at some point, understand why you changed, in some detail.
Yes, please. Actually, you know what? Why don't you guys just take a seat over here, and that way you don't have to move again. Yeah, let's see.
So Christy Merrill, New Hampshire Bankers Association, you are correct. We originally opposed the legislation as it was written. This is really a very different approach that I think is accomplishing what the sponsor is looking to do. And so because of, part of our opposition was because we supported the UCC framework and the format of the Uniform Law Commission, which is to take a look and have it's a vetted process that the states can adopt. Article 12 that deals with these issues has gone through that. And so for New Hampshire to be an early adopter, we feel like is a better approach than the underlying bill that was written. So this is really a different approach that we are more comfortable with.
Okay, thank you.
But we still haven't seen the amendment either, though.
You haven't told me why you changed your mind.
It's a better approach.
Well, and that
what
because
way?
it
In what way?
because it originally it was happening outside of the UCC, and that was part of our concern is because the laws that New Hampshire has adopted is important to banks and how they do business across state lines. So that's why we oppose the bill. This is going through the UCC process to make changes so we believe that banks can continue to do business across state lines with those same certainties. That being said, we have not seen the amendment, but so far, we are more comfortable with this approach.
Further question?
Further question.
The speedy concept of a bank is relatively new, from my understanding.
That is House Bill 1504, which is separate from this discussion. They are related topics,
Right.
but that is a separate situation.
So is the speedy banking concept now enclosed in
No, we're gonna kill Speedy.
No, after we kill Speedy, is it gonna pop up in
not gonna be so speedy.
1502?
Representative, I don't know that I would characterize it as popping up. I think some of the concepts that are addressed in Article 12 are sort of foundational to working with crypto and Bitcoin and working in this space. And so I think some of those foundational topics are addressed through Article 12. As we said before, we oppose a new creation of a new charter, a new banking division. We were opposed to that. And so that, conceivably, if that legislation dies, would go away, but I think addresses some of the underlying fundamental issues, if that makes sense.
We didn't want to create a new division. We want every bank, anybody who's, can conform, this way your private wealth trust department, whoever has your money can actually have crypto in its portfolio for you. We didn't want a separate division. And that's had the outrageous fiscal note, so that's, frankly, it was dead on arrival. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we can count on your staying at the table with us?
Yes, they're not moving from right there.
Okay. So that you'll be here next week or whenever, how long this takes us to get through, because it's, we're a bunch of volunteers. You're the professionals. So we need your guidance, and as well as the banking department, certainly, to help us with, feeling comfortable, which is great. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I have a question about the amendment that's being drafted, that's over
Yes.
100 pages. Where is that information coming from? And do you know what is in the amendment?
I have not read 112 pages of it. There have been some summaries provided that we've looked at, including this PowerPoint that then Riot had, sort of offered to share, which I think would be helpful. The language is a byproduct of the Uniform Law Commission.
Okay.
So that is where the language is coming from.
Okay, thanks.
We are not reinventing the wheel. That's the whole point. Okay. Yeah, Amelia. Just so everybody know, this is our bank commissioner for the moment.
I just started like a week ago, come on. Give it a break. So I would also say, just for the record, that while the PDF that we gave to OLS was 110 pages, there was a lot of commentary in there, which will not become law. And it's very explanatory, and, to the extent you get an amendment that doesn't have that commentary in it, it may be helpful to go and look at the commentary, because it may help answer some of the questions that I'm hearing.
Well, that's a good idea.
Why it's doing what it's doing. Certainly better than me, because I'm not the UCC expert. So I think that might help you answer some questions, and I'm happy to send that to whoever. I think a number of you have it already, but to the extent that would help.
Yeah, I think that, all of us would want to see that, and preferably sent to us in hard copy so that we aren't printing it off at home at 110 pages.
Whoa, we.
We don't want 2,000 pages.
Yeah, but I would think you just read it online. I mean, do you really want to have staff here print all those pages and mail them out to
Some of us are
everybody?
really old-fashioned when it comes to trying to read it all online.
You can ask. I will give you permission to ask Carrie to
Okay.
print you one.
Okay, just individually, that'd be fine.
That,
Thank
right,
you.
but I don't want to send that out to everybody. Have you read the liquor report? Did you read that yet? I mean, come on, guys.
Liquor report.
I am a fiscal conservative, I used to say we don't want to kill trees, but Gene Chandler used to tell me, no, we do want to kill trees. That's our beaver mill industry. We do want to kill trees. So, yeah.
If we were to not have 1502, if we were not discussing 1502, the UCC or the ULC will release the language of the UCC Chapter 12 at some point in the future, and we would have to have a discussion of whether or not to adopt that language
Anyways,
change anyway.
eventually.
Does the legislature adopt that choose to adopt that language? Does the banking department say we're gonna adopt that language? Who makes the determination that we're gonna adopt
We do.
that language?
It's the
We do as
legislature, yeah.
Okay, so at some point in time, we have to deal with this new chapter 12. It's
Correct.
either now or it's later.
So what
and
would
so-
happen is whatever differences that occurs when the final edition goes out, we can then put in a separate bill at that time to bring it in line.
If we adopt the language as they presently have drafted,
Correct.
and there's anything different between now and when they release the final version,
It would have to come in
we
as
would
a
have to go
separate bill.
back into
Have to
and
come in
add
as
that
separate
language to
legislation, and we would have to vote on.
okay. But if we adopt the language now, and replacing whatever's in 1502 now with whatever that language is in draft form,
Correct.
that at least puts us a step ahead to be able to begin to act on this new space. I'm going to use new language now, to begin working in that new space of crypto technology.
Correct.
And we would be the first in the country to be doing that,
Correct.
thus inviting new innovation into the state, maybe expanding our tax base, cutting down new trees to build new homes, whatever that means.
Maybe securities can get some, or some, how much do we charge for when people do those, the statements, those proxies that, not proxies, they're, yeah, the funds. Yes.
Just while everyone's at the table here, there was discussion about a separate issue, a discussion about creating a study commission. Is there still an appetite for that, or should we set that aside? There was a study commission, I think, from 2015 to 2019 maybe.
We don't need no commission. We don't need.
So no.
No. I mean, we got us.
Okay.
We don't need a commission, we're us.
All right. That was part of the discussion. I'm
Yes,
just
John.
closing the loop.
Would you believe, back when I took business law at New Hampshire College, the UCC was required reading for any business law student. And there's some things that are interesting and some things that will lull you to sleep. Would you believe?
Okay. Yes, Chris.
One of the questions I want answered is whose full faith and credit is behind this law?
Full faith and credit.
This could be an issue if we're going to be the first through the door. Make sure somebody doesn't slam it behind us. But whose full faith and credit is responsible for the consequences of this law?
That should be a question, I think, for the commissioner.
I don't know. who-
Do you have an answer for that one,
I'm having
Amelia?
difficulty identifying who's behind it.
I don't know if I can answer that question.
I think he's getting at, he's always worried that this blockchain technology is used by criminal elements.
No, it is used by criminal elements.
And so therefore, is it at any point in time that is the state of New Hampshire, because it has a statute, could we get dragged into this criminal activity?
Sure.
Is that your question, Chris?
Well, who's on the hook if something untoward might happen? I mean,
Okay,
God knows it's never happened before.
so,
So the UCC governs how people like interact for business purposes.
I
That's
can't
why-
hear
yeah,
you.
microphone, sorry.
Sorry.
Have a seat.
Okay.
You get your seat
I
now.
just keep sliding forward, so I might as well sit here. So the UCC governs how entities transact business. And this Article 12 really just acknowledges the existence of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and those types of transactions and makes a uniform law that governs how businesses can basically interact, how banks can interact with it, how you can transact business sort of in a uniform way using it. So I think it's not, I mean, you're asking more of a big scale policy question about cryptocurrency. Whereas I think this is just, and certainly the securities folks maybe would have a better, because they're really the experts on the UCC. They might have a better way to describe what the UCC does, but it really governs how how business entities interact with each other using certain, like negotiable instruments, like checks and security interests, and how they perfect security interests in property. So it's really like almost like a technical manual. Whereas, like, I think you're asking more of a big picture policy question about cryptocurrency that is not, I mean, that's kind of the extent of my knowledge, but I don't know if that kind of helps understand what you're trying to accomplish with the UCC. It's a very narrow kind of business transaction governing law.
Okay, I know who the full faith and credit is behind the dollar. It's the Federal Reserve and the national economy and the U.S. Congress. I do not,
But what does that mean to you?
because the
What does that mean that's behind it? In other words, that
Well, if we bailed out Wall Street 3 times in my lifetime, so that's what it means.
okay, so those
So if
bailouts were not
The cryptocurrency is, in my mind, I could be mistaken,
right.
is in my mind is trying to establish itself as a legitimate currency, like the dollar, like the EU, and it's having a tremendous amount of success. Apparently, there is
It's not currency.
I beg to differ.
No, well-
You know, if it looks like a duck, it's a duck. So, this is what the currency
Beanie
was.
Baby.
This currency was developed to launder money. Money.
Oh my God.
No, not rocks, not wood.
All right.
Money.
I hear you.
That's its
I hear,
history.
Chris. That's your personal opinion.
No,
Okay.
that's the history.
Okay. So, at any rate, you really want to respond to that, Keith?
Just briefly.
Okay.
So cash money is also used in a lot of illegal transactions. It doesn't mean that we don't use cash, right? So just because criminals use cars and shoes and the internet doesn't mean that all those things are bad, right? So you don't fall into the trap of painting technology as evil just because sometimes people use it for bad deeds. Number one. So the full faith and credit, you talked about the bailouts, right? So
Right.
I can go into this all day and I won't, but the genesis of Bitcoin was to stop bailouts, because if you remember the Occupy Wall Street movement, people were upset that the banks got bailouts. And in this, these digital assets, which are really more property than currency, there is no bailout. That's the whole point. Like, there's no central authority that can bail out their friends and leave behind the little people. That's one of the appeals of it. But you have to think of it more like gold than the dollar, because it's designed to be a digital form of gold in its properties and in its features. How people value it in their minds is a whole different thing, right? So, but you have to think of it more like gold than, it's more of an asset, a piece of property than a currency.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the gold
So
system.
here's the new expression. It's a consumable token.
That sounds pretty and shiny, and I'm sure people are really excited
Well,
about it.
maybe it's like the quarter before they stop putting the copper
Before they
inside
started-
it.
Back when it was actual gold.
Okay. Any more questions? All right. So don't move. You guys stay right where you are. So we know where we are. And so now, securities, you want to come up here and take? I want to. We can theoretically. This is kind of a moving thing, because we're not going to pass anything today. Okay, we're just getting warmed up to everything. And you will absolutely, by the time you're done, you'll be able to explain all of this, so that when the members of your caucus says, "What the hell did you guys do?" you should be able to explain it and understand what we're doing here. Okay, so we start out with that the key element that 1504 was the one that says, okay, you have these different divisions in banking, and they had that $5 million fiscal note, whatever. So that is we're not going to pass that. That's not going to happen. Instead, we're taking what's the structure in our statutes that regulate business transactions. And that's what the UCC is. It's really business transaction. That's what the statute's about, okay? And how it's handled. So obviously, for us in New Hampshire, we have two regulatory authorities that are affected by the UCC statute, and that's banking and securities. So securities is 1503. Okay, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Barry Glennon and Kevin Moken with the Bureau of Securities Regulation. Mr. Chair, we've had the opportunity to review the proposed language, and we did a bit of a reorganization of some of the language and communicated that to Representative Ammon, and believe that we have a workable amendment. I believe, I can't speak for Representative Ammon, but I believe he considers this to be acceptable. Attorney Moken will speak to some of the specifics of the changes,
Okay.
and there may be one minor change to the actual amendment, just looking at the amendment. That
Yep,
was
I realize
distributed.
the first edition.
Maybe just this, there may be some slight change to that, so.
Okay.
Kevin.
Thank you. So essentially what we've done is we have tried to fit this into the format of our law, 421B. One of the issues that we saw was that by accepting the tokens from the definition of a security, it kind of raised the question, well, we would then really kind of have no enforcement power at all, and it called for fraud authority because we're not dealing with a security. So what we proposed then was to change this around so that instead of saying it's not a security, saying that transactions in these securities are exempt from the registration requirements.
Okay.
And also that people who participate in this are exempt from being registered as broker-dealers. So essentially, that's what we've done. Now, the one thing I think Barry was referring to this, in Section 1 of the amendment, I'm looking at it, and I think I might have had a misunderstanding because the language in the original bill came from the solicitor's definition in our statute. My understanding is that what they were trying to do at that time was to create an exception for the blockchain tokens from the definition of securities. So I believe what we want to do is, in a future amendment, is take out that whole Section 1 because it doesn't apply. And again, we would not define securities in such a way to exclude blockchain tokens. We would instead create a transactional exemption, which means they don't have to register the securities. Another issue was defining an issuer to exclude people who deal in these tokens. Again, to exclude them from broker-dealer requirements, that sort of thing. There already is an exclusion from the definition of broker-dealer for issuers, so in essence, it doesn't serve any purpose, and it could actually raise questions about our authority if there is fraud, which again is kind of carved out in the original bill. Let's see.
And when we say are carved out, we're actually, that we retain authority in the event of any kind of fraudulent conduct.
Right.
As opposed to eliminating it.
Right. One of the things that we did add, and again, we don't want consumers of these tokens to be under the impression that because a notice filing is made for with us, that in some way these are registered. Because really, it's just a notice filing to say this is what we're doing, here's information about us. We don't have to go through any approval process or anything like that. So we wanted to make sure that when that notice is filed, that notice will include a statement that in any advertising on the internet and so forth, that it be made clear that they're not registered as securities with the state of New Hampshire. And then the other major change, not a major change, there really wasn't any major changes, was to take out the requirement for electronic filings. We wanted that to be clear because we don't currently have a process for receiving those types of filings. So we just took that out so we can receive by email, we can receive hard copies. I'm sure that's probably not going to be a favorite way of doing it with cryptocurrency and blockchain token people, but we can take them by email and then get them into our filing system, our database. So I think essentially that's it. I don't know if you wanted me to go through step by step in the amendment, but I think I can point out that we have defined open blockchain token. We've taken it out of the proposed new section in the first bill and put it into our definitional section. So it's defined there. Language is taken direct from the original bill. So that's section 2. Section 3, again, is the exempt transaction, the exemption for exempt transactions, where that was added. So again, the transactions are not going to be required to be registered as securities, which was the intent to begin with. Section 3, I'm sorry, yeah, Section 3, oh, I just did that, excuse me. Section 4 is the broker-dealer exemption. And again, took the language that was in the original bill and put it where it seemed most appropriate in the broker-dealer section to explicitly create an exception from the registration requirement. So again, it was more a matter of reorganization than anything to make sure that if there is fraudulent securities conduct, that we still have the authority to go after that. But we would have no authority in terms of registering the tokens as securities or registering people who do the transactions or facilitators as broker-dealers.
So, Chris, to answer your question, the key element here is security. We, under our consumer protection statute, 358A, we have exemptions. And our exemptions is securities. By passing this legislation with that saying is that they're unregulated by securities, that means their regulator is the Attorney General's office. Okay? And you can sue them for triple damages if you were harmed. But that you wouldn't call them, you would call your favorite trial lawyer. Did I not answer your question?
Well, what is the purpose of registration of a such security?
Of all our securities?
What is the purpose of registration?
So, well, that's a good. That's a why do we have a securities division?
Well, it does go back to 1933 with the. Well, actually, it goes back further than that. But it's basically a process of initial review where we get to look at an offering and say, does it have particular information? Because it's really all about disclosure. And so we go through to make sure that they are making proper disclosures of information that an investor would want to know in making a decision about investing.
But
so,
these aren't registered.
Right. So these would be outside of that law.
Review.
Yeah, only in the case of fraud. If there was fraud and if it was determined to be a security, then we could take action. As Representative Hunt said, otherwise, basically, you're dealing with the Attorney General's office under the Consumer Protection Division.
So that so the current law in New Hampshire now, if you felt you were hurt or fraud by some blockchain transaction, you do not call the banking department. You do not call securities. All you can do is call the Attorney General or your favorite trial lawyer.
Yeah, I have so many questions, we'll be here all day, so I'm just gonna say.
Okay, we'll move
this is
along then.
Very fishy.
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've just got a question. Just in the beginning of your testimony, you said that there were a couple of things that had to be corrected in this amendment, and I missed them.
Yeah, one thing, which was section 1, which was a misinterpretation of what was trying to be accomplished. Section 1 deals with solicitors, which really has nothing to do with blockchain tokens.
So would this be deleted?
That can be deleted, section 1.
So all of section 1 can be deleted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll get a new amendment.
I will have a new one drawn up momentarily.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, but I don't explain, we're
I'm
not
trying
going
to
to
keep
exec
up with
anything
all this.
today, so you don't have to sweat it. We're not going to exec anything today. Okay. Yes, Chris.
Thank you, Chairman. I assume, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the broker-dealer community likes the fact that this is not a security?
No one's asked them.
There's been some real hesitation on the part of the broker-dealer community to engage in this because they have concerns, perhaps, issues that Representative Herbert has raised. Because if a broker-dealer is engaged in a certain type of activity, then they're liable. If they offer a certain product on their platform, they're responsible. Even though they may be just the trading entity for the transaction, they may carry some liability. A customer could come to them and say, well, your representative sold this to me, therefore you're responsible. So there's been some hesitation there, but there are also some that are very progressive from our standpoint where they want to engage in this. But it's not exclusively offered through, nor is it required to be offered through a broker-dealer.
Well, just
Further question, yep.
2 quick follow-ups. Years ago, index annuities, the broker-dealers did not want this to be a security, and finally the SEC went along with that.
Right.
And so I'm looking at that similar. But I read recently that the federal SEC is still looking to try to find a way to make this a security. Is that correct?
That is correct. They're looking at it, and it's been a long time that they've been looking at it. But we're essentially representative dealing with the legislation that's being proposed, so and trying to make it fit with the statute.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, so to speak to the SEC issue, so digital tokens they can come in lots of different forms. Some of them can be issued by a central company as part of like an equity offering, and that would be classified as a security. I think everybody would agree on that. But the SEC has been reluctant to classify something like Bitcoin as a security because there's no central company behind it. There wasn't an initial offering. It just grew organically on the internet. So things come in different forms when we're talking about digital tokens. Think of like a Chuck E. Cheese token where you put it into the machine and it only works at Chuck E. Cheese, right? That's a token. This can be like a digital form of a token. There's a concept in the bill that it talks about a consumptive purpose to the token. So consumptive would mean that you use the token to facilitate some kind of computer network, some kind of activity on the computer network. And an example would be if YouTube had a consumptive token attached to its offering, you would put the token in on your computer to watch a video and you'd consume that token. So the consumptive purpose is a key portion of this bill. And if it's consumptive, then wouldn't be considered a security, if that makes sense.
Not a lot.
Rich, go ahead, Rich.
Yes, I'd like to ask if there's a possibility that something that the federal government might do subsequently could possibly override this if they decided that this should be considered a security because people might invest in it and hold it until it's worth more and then sell it. Could that happen down the line? And if it did, what would that do to our law?
It's already happening.
Well, Representative, there is always the issue of preemption, and that they could decide that they want to occupy, this space, as they may say. The SEC is not there yet. New Hampshire is pretty much out front here, with this carve-out. But anything's possible, I've learned over the years.
And I suspect it could be something that might be hashed out in court as well, so.
But the key thing is that nothing's really changed in the sense that we already in New Hampshire have made the decision that we weren't going to regulate this, that you're staying out of it, and all we're doing is repeating that in the statute with these paragraphs. So it's not a Beanie Baby anymore.
So, basically, you're not handling that. I mean, you're out of this, the securities. You don't want it to be, you don't want to have anything to do with it, except when you're notified of something?
Well, there would be a notice filing with the state, and the expectation, as Attorney Moquin mentioned, that there be some form of disclosure, that it's not regulated or approved by the state. However, in the event, in the course of, let's say, the distribution of these tokens, that somehow it turns into, somebody starts to promote it as an investment, for example, that, because a lot of people do buy, frankly, they do buy on speculation that the cost is going to increase. But if somebody was out there promoting this as an investment, then, and they did so and it was fraudulent, then the Bureau would be able to step in.
And so, whenever there's Bitcoin transactions, tokens, you get notified?
No, we
No.
do not. Not at this point, no.
This would only be if there was somebody actively marketing it as an investment opportunity.
How would they know that?
We would not, out at the front end, know that it was being marketed.
Somebody dropped a dime on them.
Somebody what?
Dropped a dime. Someone said, hey, did you know these people are doing this? Then they would step
So it's
in.
going to be regulated, but it's really not going to be regulated.
Only if there's fraudulent conduct. And then we determined that they were offering it as an investment and that it was not, the offering was fraudulent. Otherwise, it is not subject to registration or regulation. Yeah.
Goes back to even actually when you use FRM as an example.
Right.
Okay. And that is that they were, was that when the accusation security should have done something about it, okay, would have been as how was it promoted? How was it marketed? As an investment opportunity, then they would be, it was, obviously, then the securities would have had to step in and just, review what they had, the filings, and there was no filings, right?
That's correct.
They never filed anything. So, but that, yes, they are our watchdog if you feel like somebody is trying to sell you, selling you something as though they were a broker. And they're saying, oh, I got this great company you need to invest in. These are the people you would call.
Right, and for the banking industry, same thing? It's being regulated, but it's not? Or it's not being regulated, or will the banking industry
The
regulate?
bank commissioner is right there to your right.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, sorry. So, you will be regulating it, or not?
No.
So the bill is about regulation, but it sounds like there's not going to be any.
Right now, you have to
regulation.
remember what's the law in New Hampshire. There is no regulation whatsoever, and the banking department has, if you were to go onto their webpage, it will make it clear to you that they are not regulating these transactions whatsoever.
Right.
Well, so the only time we at banking get involved is
Yep.
if you have a money transmitter, like think Western Union, although I don't think they do any of this, but an entity like Western Union that takes your cryptocurrency and gives somebody else cash, fiat currency.
Okay.
That's the only time we regulate an entity that does this sort of transactional work. Now, theoretically, one of our trust companies under current law could hold crypto in custody. So there are some limited circumstances, but in terms of like, I want to go pay I have some cryptocurrency that I own and I want to go buy a beer down the street, at the bar or whatever you want to do with your cryptocurrency, that transaction would not be regulated with us. And I think that's analogous to what these folks are saying, but I don't want to speak for them.
You okay? All right. Representative Herbert.
So,
Get the mic close. Thank you, Amelia.
so I bought myself $50,000 Bitcoin. And then I decided, well, shoot, I'm nervous about it because it just went, it looks like it could be kind of sketchy. So I go into my bank and I give them the Bitcoin and I say, I'd like to have my $50,000, please, because that's the price on the market. And the teller will say, well, no problem, and I'll have $50,000 in my checking account or savings account or whatever account, and the bank will be in possession.
Chris, you really got to close to the mic.
And the bank will be in possession of a Bitcoin that has whatever the value was. I don't understand it. I mean, if the value
So,
changes
Amelia, I guess
afterward,
maybe why don't you come up, take a seat up here.
I mean, who's protected in this?
So the answer is no, Chris.
No, you won't get the cash.
Okay. So you're saying, I just want to make sure I understand you. You're saying somebody you you have a Bitcoin in your possession.
Yeah,
Or a fraction of one.
And I paid dollars for it.
That you paid dollars for, and you want to go and do like a currency exchange at a bank?
You want to turn it back to dollars.
I want to turn it
Yeah,
back to
I don't
dollars.
think there's any banks that do that, to my knowledge. So I'm not sure, because they would.
PayPal.
Well,
PayPal does it.
PayPal is a
PayPal will
money.
do it for
will
you.
send me.
Yeah. So
That's what Mr. Ma went to jail for in China, right?
Who?
Yeah, there's a guy in China that was a super billionaire.
Alibaba.
He wanted to start a PayPal, and China didn't like it. Anyway, the point is, I can't get my.
It doesn't do
50
crypto.
I'm trying to figure
China
out
doesn't
how
do
it-
this.
I'm trying to figure out how the transactions happen.
We don't regulate people that just exchange it. So you have crypto, you want to trade it in for dollars. We don't touch that transaction. That's that's a pure exchange. If you wanted to transmit that to somebody else, and there was cash involved, so you wanted to get rid of your crypto. I can't even think of. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I'm following all the
Token, your
hypotheticals.
token.
Yeah, you want to come in with say you want to pay Chairman Hunt for something, or I'm trying to provide an example that would be regulated. So you have crypto, you want to pay somebody for something using for example, like an entity like PayPal, but Chairman Hunt says, I only want cash. PayPal in that, I'm not even sure they do this, but.
Yes, actually, they do.
They do this? Okay. I don't know each one's business model. We regulate PayPal, they're licensed with us. So we would examine them to make sure that transaction was conducted securely and appropriately. in
Exactly.
compliance
So
with the law.
the only time they would get involved is if they say there was something wrong with the transaction, and you thought it was PayPal who screwed up.
And you file a complaint with us.
You would file a complaint with them.
We
and
also
then,
examine them.
And they would examine it. So, but
So PayPal's not a bank.
Right.
that is correct.
So
They're just a money
the
transmitter.
full faith and credit behind this transaction is PayPal?
Okay. You're looking for full faith, but there is no full
What
faith.
could go wrong?
Did you understand the expression "the full faith" is that that piece of paper, that tender,
Yeah.
the faith is that the United States stands behind that it really is worth $1.
Right.
Okay, even
The
though
Federal
it's,
Reserve stands behind the dollar.
right, but the Federal Reserve, the full faith is that the Federal Reserve was created by the United States government.
Right.
Chris.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a question for the commissioner. And by the way, congratulations. I know you've been sworn in as the new banking commissioner,
Thank you.
which is wonderful because we spent a lot of time together. I've got a question because Bitcoin can also be property. Can it be real estate? And does that change anything? And that might be for Representative Ammon.
Yeah, so I do know that what I would say is that I know blockchain technology itself can be used for a lot of different purposes that are somewhat outside the scope of this discussion and outside of our regulatory jurisdiction.
Okay.
People use the ledger technology to do potentially do lots and lots of different things, and that's very different than like kind of this exchange of funds concept that we're talking about. But perhaps Representative Ammon can answer.
Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, that was a good explanation. Yeah, so I think mostly we're talking about things that are happening in the virtual space, right? So these tokens, I think I mentioned in my earlier testimony that it has to do with proving ownership. That's really like one of the core concepts of this. And we're proving ownership about digital tokens, whether it's Bitcoin or some other token that's used for some specific purpose. But the idea of tying the proof of ownership to the physical world, maybe a piece of property or a car or something, I think that's coming in the not too distant future, but we're not quite there yet. But you could imagine instead of registering your deed with your town clerk, that you register it on a state-approved ledger system, and that proves your ownership. And maybe as part of that, there's a smart contract where there's a transfer tax of 1% or whatever it is. And every time a piece of property changes hand, the state gets that 1%. I mean, you could definitely do that in the blockchain ledger space. But I think right now we're just talking about the virtual world and not necessarily the physical world.
Then another question I got is one of the people that testified before our committee last week was Lisa Tripp. And she's a nurse practitioner in Portsmouth. And she gave me a call at home and told me how terribly important it was to pass some of this legislation so that her patients can pay in Bitcoin. Would her transactions be affecting any of the banking department, or is that strictly a private transaction?
So if I remember her testimony correctly, she referenced using Coinbase. Coinbase is regulated by us. They have a license to conduct money transmission, and they do interact with cryptocurrency as well as fiat currency. So they're already licensed by us to do exactly what she described.
Okay, so the advantage for her clients would be because they don't use a bank, but they are still protected by the banking department. Is that correct?
I don't remember her testimony in that level of detail.
Okay.
I apologize. I don't want to speak to it, but to the extent she was discussing interacting with Coinbase, Coinbase is regulated by us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody comfortable?
Still have a question about Bitcoin. I mean, this bill, you want this to be regulated, but yet it doesn't seem like it's going to be regulated, but there'll be, everybody in this room will be notified.
The word regulation is maybe where you have to understand what we're trying to where we're going with it. Because it's really an industry that's just growing and changing.
Right.
Okay. And so in terms of regulating like we regulate securities or banking, no, we really don't want that. We want it to be on its own. But so what we're trying to do with the UCC statute is that it recognizes its existence and that it is a business transaction that occurs between individuals. It's a business transaction, and this sets up the framework to allow those transactions to occur. For all intents and purposes, the regulator is the Attorney General's office or your favorite trial lawyer. Okay, the triple damages under the Consumer Protection Act. Because at the end of the day, these departments are not regulating them like we regulate banking and securities. All right, and much as I dare to say it, is there anybody in the audience who has anything else they would like to add or share or become aware of. Otherwise, we'll take this up again next Wednesday at 11 a.m. Yep.
Next Wednesday is going to be we're going to,
In the morning, we're
not going to have a big conversation next Wednesday. It'll be between the
It's a-
members of the committee.
it's subcommittee.
Subcommittee, and
Yeah.
then we'll,
Right, but having said that, at 1:15 on Wednesday, we will have an exec session. And if we don't, and we have to get 8 bills exec. And I scheduled 1:15 on Thursday, the follow-up, if we don't get exec, but otherwise Thursday we will have we're having hearings. But we hope that next Thursday we won't have to exec anything, that we'll just do subcommittee, so hoping we'll on Wednesday morning, we'll have the language we got working with, and that Wednesday at 1:15, we would vote on the bill, all these bills. Okay? Thank you very much. All right, moving right along. Prohibiting the sale of products containing intentionally added PFAS. Is the sponsor here?
Mr. Chair, he's not here, but I've been talking to him because I'm very interested in this bill. He's working, so he wasn't able to come today.
Okay.
And he didn't get information from Maine either. I've been asking for, documentation about the bill that was passed in Maine,
Yep.
and he didn't forward it to me. So, I don't know, is there someone from the Department of Environmental Services here?
He's sitting right behind you. So, at any rate, at this... Oh, he's yours. He's one of yours. Okay. These masks, I never know who everybody is. Right? So they were here before, and they basically said that this is a bear, and it's a nightmare because really the problem is not, in terms of, originally we were thinking of drinking water, but we solved that problem in this committee last year. But this is the issue of whatever is made with PFAS and then ends up in the dump, and therefore poisons the water. So I think at this point, the best thing for us to do with this bill is just to interim study this bill.
Yeah, I thought, I was involved with the GMO labeling, and
Yep.
I thought perhaps we could address some of these issues through labeling the products that have PFAs and PFOAs, similar to, how we now label GMOs.
Oh, glad you brought that up. Actually, that legislation never did pass.
Okay.
But that was a federal issue.
Okay, so it's really a federal issue. I mean,
Right.
if we wanted these products to be labeled PFOAs.
Right. But I think the one thing that amazed me, because I kept wondering where this is all coming from, was that all of a sudden, it seems like everything is made with PFAS in it.
It is scary. It is scary.
And so I don't know how Maine is going to solve that problem, but they probably ended up with disclosure. But again, it seems, what it sounds like the upshot is that if A, you have to know that it has PFAS in it, and B is you got to treat it like mercury.
Yes.
You got to bring it to the special facilities to have it taken care of. Yes, Chris.
so if we wanted to,
Close to the mic. Yeah.
if we wanted to prohibit dumping PFAS material into our landfills, if that was a goal of the legislation, would that come in under the interim study?
The interim
period?
study is to, I think most importantly, is to follow what happening in Maine and how they're handling their statute.
Right.
But at the end of the day, yeah, you got to treat this stuff like asbestos or mercury. And how do we deal with? I mean, I know I always hear about these sites where people are going in and removing the asbestos, but where are they taking that asbestos? What is the proper handling? That's not in my pay
Yeah.
grade.
Yeah,
That's not my committee, our committee, but.
And another problem with this bill is there's a lot of PFAS coming in from other states because companies waste management companies are, filling up our landfills. 50% or 60% of our landfills is now coming from out of state. And if they don't have any regulation, then we will still be getting PFOAs in our landfills because of, the industry.
Those agreements that allow them to deliver their garbage to us.
Yep.
So, okay, is everybody comfortable with interim study with PFAS? So at least we can keep an eye on it and see what's happening there. Okay, great. Now we're on schedule. Okay, prohibiting banks or businesses from using social credit scores. So we have an amendment. Is people got copies of the amendment? The one thing I would say I would change in the amendment is it left the section 1, the preamble, and I'm going to have the amendment drawn up to remove that from the bill. And the other question that many people are asking is, why did I remove the penalties that were in the original bill? And the reason being is that both these statutes actually have penalties already in them. So the banking department already has the power of restitution and ability to pull the license of a facility. And and the second section, which is actually third section in here, the second section when we print it, is the Consumer Protection Act. And in the Consumer Protection Act, there is penalties, and as I stated earlier, the penalties are triple damages, or if and you have the right of private action. So you don't necessarily have the Attorney General will take on the case, but you can certainly hire a lawyer and sue whoever committed that crime. Yes, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, the declaration of purpose would be deleted, is that
Yeah,
correct?
Correct.
And that, it never is part of the law anyway.
That's one of the reasons I delete that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so then the new subparagraph 2 is where this amendment starts up, but this amendment
Correct.
is still going to be amended again, is that correct?
It'll say, instead of saying amend the bill by replacing all after section 1, it'll say amend the bill after the title. I believe that's the way they say it.
Okay.
Have we got the amendment in front of me? Do I have a?
Did-
You have it, yes, it was distributed last night, you should have printed it off.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a pile here if you'd like one, Chris, if you want one.
Yes.
Careful, don't trip.
Yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I know, it's a real trip hazard. Good for you. Well, every time I see somebody go near it, I'm afraid they're gonna trip on it. Okay, here's the scoop on this. So, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
So this really is just saying that I have this. So this is just saying that it's prohibiting discrimination. in
Yeah,
banking.
discrimination,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay. Where are my worksheets? Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just thinking through the amendment. Page 2, line 1, just talks about property or investments already owned, would that go towards someone's creditworthiness? And would that, like excluding that from consideration, would that be an issue? Just thinking out loud.
Which,
I'll ask again. So page 2, line 1, it says, a bank can't discriminate against or impose a precondition based on, and then line 1, page 2, property or investments already owned. And I think that might speak to creditworthiness, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding it.
in other words, if you already have a banking relationship, you already have a loan, they can't cancel the loan based on these criteria.
Okay.
So this
Yeah.
doesn't go to creditworthiness.
That's true. It wouldn't, we've just, by taking out the penalties, we would remove it needing to go to a second committee. But I'm treating us with full steam ahead and Representative Abel.
Yes, thank you. So if an individual believed that he or she were a victim of this kind of discrimination, they would go to court, and, I mean, what would be the, and then have to prove?
Right, so if it was a bank, then they would bring the complaint to the banking department.
Oh, to the banking department, okay.
And the banking department will, they don't really have a hearings officer. I'm not sure how they would handle it, but they would, investigate to, talk to the bank and get the bank to tell us, come clean. I would be very surprised that any bank would be foolish enough to cancel somebody over any of these things anyways. But, the person assuming that person, if, let's say, the second section, which would be a business, if a business was discriminating based on this, and that you would have to have some, you would go, you would take to court or call up the Attorney General's office. Representative Bilou?
Yeah, we had testimony last week by someone from the Heartland Institute. And I believe this legislation is pretty much coming from the Heartland Institute. And I have a problem because it seems like this is censorship. I mean, Heartland has always been public about its ultimate goals to keep global warming alarmists from winning the public debate. So it sounds like this is targeting, and the funders of Heartland are also the big, companies, big ag companies, the Monsantos, and I read all about Heartland Institute. So it sounds like they're really pushing their agenda, and it seems like they're going to be censoring where, in their favor, so that really they don't want people thinking that, global warming is real.
So I would hope, and I know Jeff would like to add in, but I would hope that the way, my name is at the top of this page here, this amendment that I've, been working on, is that I have taken away anybody else's ownership of why this bill is in front of us, other than I want to ensure that we don't have discrimination. And that, whether it's true or not, discriminating someone because of their behavior and in particularly their politics, and saying, no, I'm not going to do business with you because you are a climate denialist, I think is just wrong. I don't think any business or financial institution or in business, either one, should not be telling someone, I'm not going to do business with you because you're a climate denialist.
No, but the opposite end, people that, understand that, there is climate change and there is global warming. I mean, are you protecting that side as well?
Sure. Well, in terms of if those people are going to assert their position, by taking it out on someone else's business livelihood, and I would say, no, I don't agree with them.
Just confused.
You want to add to that, Jeff?
All I was gonna say is, I wrote this, not the Heartland Institute. This, so I don't know what their agenda is, and I don't really care what their agenda is. The point is that discrimination on either side. So your employer pays your paycheck, and let's say it's directly deposited to a bank, all right? Suddenly, this bank says, we don't like your politics. So we are not going to accept not only your business's transactions, we're not going to process your credit cards, we're not going to honor your checks, we're not going to receive your deposits, and all of your employees whose paychecks are deposited at that bank, we're not going to accept those anymore either because we don't like your politics. I don't know whose that is, whatever side that is. You can say, hey, but I believe in climate change. And the bank says, well, we don't. But I don't believe in climate change. The bank says, well, we do. And it's both sides. You're covered either way. Your political party, your affiliation, it doesn't matter. You and I are both, we're on opposite sides on most issues, but on this, we're both protected. Because it happens.
Representative McAleer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But if I look at the testimony from last week, Michael Vose, he presents a totally different perspective. He's saying that this discrimination is clearly to prevent the proliferation of fossil fuels. This is part of a Marxist plot of resetting the global economy and all that. So are you telling me that this is not what this particular thing, amendment says? Is that correct?
This bill would prevent a bank or an investment firm, a financial institution, from targeting a fossil fuel industry and saying we are cutting you off because we disagree with your, we've had a long-standing relationship with you, now we're just cutting you off because we disagree with your politics.
Well, that's not what ESG says. But
No, this is not ESG.
All right, so that's the way it was presented last week. Secondly,
That's why we changed the wording.
Secondly, if you look at under amendment under 2, line 7, or actually line 6, a bank, whatever, shall not discriminate against, impose as a precondition, advocate for, causes adverse treatment of any person, business, organization, etc. And then if you go down to line 18, notwithstanding paragraph G1, banks and other financial institutions may offer customers investments, products, and services that include subjective criteria as long as they disclose it. So that, to me, just sort of pulls the rug out from under the whole.
No, because if you as a consumer say, I only want my investments, I'm going to take my $50,000 in Bitcoin, and now that we're going to pass the Bitcoin law, and I'm going to invest my $50,000, and I only want it to go into gun manufacturers, fossil fuel industries, and whatever else businesses. They can offer that as a product for you because that's your investment strategy. That's your investment strategy. They offer the product. They can do that. There are any number. You mentioned ESG scores. Those are real. They exist. Companies have them. There's rating companies. You can go in and say, I only want companies with ESG scores of 8 and above, or however they're rated. They can offer that. They can do that. Just like I only want mutual funds with a Morningstar rating of 5. Whoever.
Right.
Yep. So you can do that. They can offer the product. You know what you're getting into. There's an agreement between the two of you. I only want companies that do this. But what they cannot do is say, well, you drive a car we think doesn't get good enough gas mileage, So we're going to call your note, we're going to cut you off, whatever else the case may be. So that's the kind of discrimination. We disagree with your politics. We disagree with you own something that we don't think you should own, or you're investing your money where we don't think you should be investing it. We're trying to prevent that kind of discrimination.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Herbert.
Okay, so, so if I'm in a private business or I work for a private business, say a TV station, and I'm a newspaper reporter, I've been a journalist, and then I come out and say something that is different from the ownership's point of view in terms of, say, politics, right? I come out and say, I hate Bitcoin, it sucks. And the guy owns a bunch of Bitcoin, and he says, Herbert, you're fired. Okay. I get that.
That's not
I
covered
get
in
that.
this.
I mean, I've been fired. It's a private business. Now, you've narrowed the target down to banking. Am I correct?
Financial, yeah.
In business, Consumer Protection
All
Act.
business or?
All businesses who are not regulated by this department. So, yeah, all businesses.
All right, then, now we got a freedom of speech issue, I think. It goes beyond what you're talking about. I could see, I mean, banks used to redline, right?
Yep.
And so we got rid of that. Well, supposedly we got rid of it.
Yep.
But,
This would be, this is redlining for the 21st century. We are trying to prevent redlining in the 21st century. Just like we're trying to introduce Bitcoin, it's not a greenback. It's new. It's something that we have to get out in front of, or there will be people who will find themselves with no access to the marketplace.
well, my problem with that is that all the citations I'm given, the examples I'm given for suppression of somebody's voice seem to be on the conservative side. And I'm thinking, last time I looked, we have a Republican legislature here in New Hampshire. There's 19 states.
This is
No,
not,
this is
not
politics.
Republican versus Democrat.
Well, actually,
Because you're protected every bit as much as I am. Because the policies can become subjective. So whoever is up here at the top that's making the rules all of a sudden changes somehow. Now where you were okay and I was not, it switches. You don't want my guy discriminating against you just as much as I don't want your guy discriminating against me. So let's tell them both to go pound sand. You can't discriminate against either one of us.
well, okay, I get it. I get that. But the fact of the matter is, discrimination cuts both ways. So, for example, today I listened to a banking commission who has done 180 degrees on crypto, and I'm going,
No.
Here's
That's
what happened.
not the
No.
Banking Commission, the
I've
Bankers
heard
Association.
people
Bankers
representing
Association.
banks
Don't confuse the
who
two.
did a very, and I'm not saying they're not being thoughtful. I'm
Just-
just saying I was a little surprised.
They've been amenable to this conversation since the beginning, so I wouldn't characterize the Banking Association as being anti.
They had concerns in the way the bill was
Just-
written, because
Yeah,
they were going to be on the hook for the $5 million, so they really weren't too crazy about
and
that
it wasn't
bill.
and it wasn't 180 degrees. They recognized where they're already governed by the UCC, and they're going to be governed by it in the the future. The difference is, are we going to do it now or later?
The provenance of the UCC
Yeah,
and
so-
Bitcoin is very recent. So, we can have a discussion about whether or not that was a change. But what I'm trying to say
Do we want
is if-
anybody discriminating against anybody for any reason?
Of course.
We want people to discriminate?
I have differences of opinion. If you want to.
But do you want to be penalized for your difference of opinion?
Of course, that happens all the time. I'm a Democrat, for Christ's sake. I hardly ever win. So, I mean,
Somehow I feel like you guys were in the majority a couple of times, so I wasn't sitting here.
so I mean,
take this,
I'm
take
used to
this out of party
discrimination.
politics. Just take you, whatever you are, whatever you believe. If somebody says, I'm not going to give you access to the market because you disagree with me, I'm cutting off your financial, your ability to purchase things. I'm going to cut off your ability to grow your business,
You're
or
giving me
invest in your business,
citations.
whatever.
I have never heard of anything that you just mentioned
The
being
entire
done.
coal and natural gas and petroleum industry in this country is under attack right now for this very reason. It's all politics.
So
No,
there you go.
there's some serious
There you go.
disagreements
There you go.
in terms of what the best course of action is. That's politics. It's democracy. So you and I might have different opinions.
But do you
on
want
fossil
anyone
fuels.
discriminating against anyone because they have a different political opinion?
The,
Do you want anyone discriminating
No,
against
of course
anyone
I don't. That's
because
a
they happen to
rhetorical
have a different?
question.
How about your religion? Should you be discriminated against because of your
Well,
religion?
It's a
that's-
rhetorical question.
It's
Why
not
do you have
rhetorical.
law?
We have it codified in law because people were discriminated against because of their religion.
It's in the Constitution.
We also have people discriminated against because of their race. And we
It's
also
in
have
the
people discriminated against because of their gender.
Okay,
It's in
all
the
right, come on,
This is
all right,
21st
all right,
century
all right, come on.
discrimination we're trying to prevent.
Come on, guys. Okay,
thank
so you respectively disagree.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Keith.
Yeah, just, I don't know if this is a rhetorical question or not, but if I look at that list, it's on page 1, line 10 through 16, and again, it's repeated on line 29 and over to page 2. If I look at that list, what items are, what items ideologically benefit one side over the other, and do they seem fair and balanced? Because let's actually talk about the text of the bill. So, if
Are
you
you
look at,
asking me a question?
well, it's rhetorical. You can answer if you want, but
I don't see anything here but I was thinking in terms of banking. So when I read
But if we
this,
just look at the
I was
bill.
very narrowly thinking
at the
about
bill.
banking.
So if that list there, does it favor one ideological side over the other, or does it seem balanced? I think that's really the question that we should be thinking about.
Well, I think we have a long tradition of how we settle those arguments, and it's the ballot box. And there has been discrimination in our history for sure. So I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying that we have to be very careful that we make accusations about what people do, like take your car away. I think you made that accusation because of somebody likes guns. I mean, I think you've just gone over the bridge from my perspective. The law is not necessary.
Fair enough. Okay,
I
you got it,
I
Chris.
get what is upset about, but I don't.
Can we
think-
hear from the banking industry? Do they have any comments
The
about this bill?
bank department? Sure.
Banking department?
Amelia,
Do you
do you
have any
mind
comments
coming
on-
up forward and?
Do you see this
And-
happening?
Even I didn't bring you up for this.
Okay, Chris, turn off your mic so we can
Okay,
free
I'll
up,
stop.
free up a mic. All
I
right,
mean-
great.
If I could have a specific question, I'm happy to answer it. Yeah.
Does the banking industries do this now?
Do
you know, discriminate in New Hampshire?
Like,
Like what they're talking about?
Do you know of any case of discrimination that would fit into one of these categories that actually occurred in New Hampshire?
off the top of my head, I don't recall seeing any consumer complaints regarding this topic.
Thank you, Amelia. Yes, Chris.
Thank you. But one of things that I noticed in the original bill, it didn't mention things like people of color or transgender people, and there was a big difference there because there was monetary damages involved. Now that there's not, that's not such a big deal. But why weren't things like that put in?
Because
Why-
we already have anti-discrimination laws.
but understand that you may have those anti-discrimination things, but they wouldn't have gotten the money because they weren't listed in this bill. And that's why I think this bill is really not up to par.
That's why the money's gone.
I'm sorry?
The money's gone. There's no money, the money is on what's in the current penalties under these two statutes.
Well,
That's
you-
the penalties.
Again, all right. But I think that was they should have been placed in there basically under the current law, those kind of discrimination as well. They're pointedly not there, and to me, that stuck out like a sore thumb.
but now this is being added to that.
I understand that, but the original way it was
Your,
written
your
was not.
point is somewhat well taken in the sense that those anti-discrimination statutes are on somewhere else. So I guess we could theoretically, because I know, like, for instance, the big anti-description is housing. It's the housing is it's a housing or actually it's place of employment, but you can't discriminate. So we could add to the list. We could add those to the list.
I think if you're gonna continue with this bill, you ought to add those things in. Those type of
More
discriminations as well.
discrimination categories, okay.
Thank you.
Does that get your vote? Representative Ham.
Yes, thank you. I agree, there seems to be a lot of categories not on this list that could be causes for discrimination, so I think I would agree that, that the list should include all of those other types of discrimination that appear elsewhere, like race or ethnic or age.
Yeah, I
ages.
think the reality, the reason why they didn't, because they're already,
Right.
you know, and most of them are federal law, right? They're all covered under the federal law. So, and I believe it is sexual orientation has been added to that list. And so theoretically, the reason we didn't add it is because they were already in the federal Fair Loan or Fair Credit Act anyways, but.
And further, are there any other types of discrimination, you know, that we missed? Are there other?
Feel free to add.
I don't know off the top of my head, but you know, seeing the gun ownership, there may be ownership of some other things that might cause a bank to maybe look at the loan differently. So I just hope that this list is fairly complete for all those other types of discrimination that are not listed elsewhere in the law.
Right, okay. Any other comment? JD, what do you think? Why don't you come up to a mic so anybody who watches YouTube can hear you? Until they take our webpage down.
Yes, I think you've done a reasonable job at putting together areas of discrimination that are not covered under current law. I want to give an answer to the question of to Mr. Representative Below. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry with my French. I don't do it.
Polio was French.
So the comment was that all the discrimination appears to be coming from a conservative point of view, but one could take the abortion issue and a bank that says, I'm not going to give you a loan because you support abortion is an equal discriminatory point of view that I don't think you would be in favor of. And so, as the chairman has pointed out, and the other representatives here, is the list is designed to go both ways. Irrespective of your political point of view, you are not to be discriminated against for that rationale.
Did you want to comment?
Yeah, I wanted to comment. The way it was presented was one-sided. And so, you know, kudos to the chair for, you know, putting together an amendment that makes it a little bit more reasonable. But just heard from the banking industry, and they have no issues. They haven't had any issues in New Hampshire regarding this situation.
So
discrimination.
I'm aware of two individuals who have gone to a local bank. One is the Hampstead Kingston Republican Town Committee, wanted to find a place to place their town committee funds, and they went to the local TD Bank, and the TD Bank folks said, we're not dealing with you because you Republicans have the wrong opinion on gun control. Another individual went to the bank and got a similar kind of reproach. Now, did they bring that to the banking commission and advise them of that? No. They just went to another bank and moved on. But that's the kind of thing that should not be happening, irrespective of your point of view, one way or the other.
Okay. Since I still need to have a new amendment, we can't really vote on it this today, so we'll take this up at 11:30 on Tuesday, Wednesday, excuse me, February 2nd. And we'll see you all tomorrow with some public hearings. Thank you very much, and we'll close the subcommittee.